있지만 너무 소중해 마음의 상처를 사라지고 나는 사랑을 찾을 거야 나도 반짝이고 있어 빛나는 수정 구슬처럼
Young man alone, now lay wide awake. Just moved into his own place. Scared but excited for what's in store. Accused no more. He showed the world he'd persevere. He was foreign but he'd make a home here. A young lion cub. That night to remember to himself, he said.
나 예쁘고 찬란한 곁들 그리운 밝은 빛으로 나 태워 영원히 지쳐 있지만 너무 소중해 마음의 상처는 사라지고 나는 사랑을 찾을 거야 나도 반짝이고 있어 빛나는 수정 구슬처럼
Well, now that man has gone away, but I know he'll come again someday. I know what he's done, I know where he's been, I know the courage that lies within. I'll treat him right, our future's bright. I'll share his burden, I'll make it light. I'll make him happy if I get the chance that night to remember we'll dance. We'll dance. We'll dance. We'll dance. The road ahead is crystal clear. With me you're safe. Don't worry, dear.
나 예쁘고 찬란한 곁들 그리운 밝은 빛으로 나 태워 영원히 지쳐 있지만 너무 소중해 마음의 상처는 사라지고 나는 사랑을 찾을 거야 나도 반짝이고 있어 빛나는 수정 구슬처럼 나 예쁘고 찬란한 곁들 그리운 밝은 빛으로 나 태워 영원히 지쳐 있지만 너무 소중해 마음의 상처는 사라지고 나는 사랑을 찾을 거야 나도 반짝이고 있어 빛나는 수정 구슬처럼
All right, welcome everyone. As you can see, I'm not in game yet. The reason for that is I am trying to back up my save file. All right, I'm trying to find where the save files are located for EU5. And I'm trying to back it up because I have heard that some people have had very good luck with changing to 1.1 and some people not so much. So that's what I'm trying to do. And, you know, I'm just trying to figure it out. You can see that I do actually, in fact, have the game up. But, I'm just trying to figure out where it is. You know what I mean? Like, Europa Universalis V. Crap, dude. Because, like, I can't find where the save files are for EU5. See, I really thought that it was just going to be in the documents folder because that's where all the other Paradox games are. I cannot find these. Yeah, that sucks, dude. I have no idea where to find this. Yeah, it says save games, and there's autosave. Alright, autosave underscore 2F53399E. Alright, let me search for that. Autosave. What is this? Crap. Where's it? Alright. Alright, 2F53399E. Alright, I'm gonna search for that. Well, it says search in null. I just have to search for it everywhere. Oh, crap. Search for... I'm gonna search in home. Search in there. We're gonna search for that and see if I can find it. Because it says... Oh, is this it? Is this it? I think this might be it. Yeah, this is, ends with 7-8. There's no freaking music, dude. Alright, I found it. This is actually it. Alright, let me open... No. I want to copy this. Alright, now I'm going to go to my desktop, and I'm going to paste it. Alright? Now, I want to go into the folder where I saw that, right? Can I see, like, my previous... called 2F53399. All right, let me search for that. All right, I found it. Well, I found the one on my desktop, but I gotta find I gotta find where the original one is so I can go to that folder, right? Because we are in 1.1. We should be able to load, and it should be fine. Let me get some music going as well, because this is, like, really weird not having any. We're gonna go to food court lunch. That's the music playing right now. Let me know if it's too loud, guys. Nobody here right now. YouTube has been giving me problems for a little while now, and I've been a little pissed off. But that's okay. That's all right. It is not finding this thing. Why is it suddenly not finding this thing? Oh, you know what? I think I'm searching the wrong place. Alright, I'm gonna search in home. Now, I think I should be able to find the save file just because I want to go to that folder and I want to, be like ready in case it screws everything up. Alright, I found it. Open containing folder. Yes. Oh my gosh. There's a lot in here. They're not organized at all. All right. I am going to load. I'm going to load the game now. We're going to see if this breaks it. All right. I hope it does not, but I have backed it up just in case. Then I'm gonna go and open my control panel and the chat. You can have that open. All right, and then also this should be making our estates richer, because like now, the way that they've changed it is, oh, we were at war. Oh gosh, dude, I have no idea. Oh yeah, I forgot. In Glorp AI, or Glorp UI, I forgot about that. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh no, this has gotta go. No, that's gotta go, dude. Hide and mute alert. All right, so you can hide that. We're gonna discard permanently. Oh, I don't like that. What is this? Also, Bitcoin has just hit a 1-year low. Alright. Who are we at war with? We're Tunis and the Ottomans. I forgot about that. Yeah, the Ottomans is a separate war because the Pope was like, hey, let's call a crusade for Constantinople. And I was like, sure. Oh my gosh, dude. No, they... Did they, like... They removed my, my keybind. They made E to bring up the alert menu, yeah. Let's do, like, Control-Shift-E. Entity view response, yeah, confirm. Alright, now, we go down to the alerts. We got Shift-E for raw materials. But regular E, not even here. What have you done? What have you guys done? Oh no, it is here. All right, markets. There we go. All right, so I've got all my key bindings. Oh, jeez, dude. All right, we got unraised levies. We're fighting in some wars. All right, I've got levies. So there's no unraised levies actually. It's just like country action is off cooldown. Ask for money? What the heck? I think I need to let a month tick by. I think I actually need to let a month tick by. And I also don't remember what I was doing in this freaking war, dude. I do not remember at all. I'm gonna turn down the music a little bit. I do not remember what I was doing in this war, guys. I have no earthly idea. But I guess let's go here. I can't remember everything. I can't remember everything that they changed. Let's see if we can make it through this war, and then maybe we can go through and check out what they changed. Whoa, what is this? We got more speeds? We got more speeds? What the heck? This is speed 5 right now, and then we got speed 6 and speed 7. What the heck? That's so weird. I had no idea they did that. Dude, I have not played since 1.1 came out. Okay, so and it is the open beta for 1.1, to be fair. So, you know, who freaking knows, right? But oh, jeez, dude. Better find out. By the way, at midnight, The Lion and the Rat comes out. The full album. I'm very excited. Alright, let's move this army down here. I mean, I probably should keep them up here. I don't know. We're fine on manpower. We're not fine, however, on money. Alright? I feel like the UI is like... It feels weird right now. Why does it feel so small? Your UI scaling or something? Dude, this update screwed up everything. I can't remember where the UI scaling was. Texture quality. Render scale. That's not what I want though. Interface. It's at 100%. But maybe if we change it to 110. I don't know. That feels too big though. I don't know, guys. It feels like this has gotten a lot smaller for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on. But we do need to take this battle. We definitely needed to take that battle. And we just took this fort, which is a really good sign. So that's very good. And then what we want to do is take this big, huge army. Oh yeah, and yes, automation of balance of flanks. See, this is freaking awesome. Okay. Formation, balanced army, balanced unit. All right, so balanced army. I want cavalry on flanks with infantry on the center. All right, now it should do this properly every time, and I like that. I really, really like it. I am so glad that they added that feature. Guys, that should have been a feature at game launch. That should have been there already. Alright, we're winning some battles here and there. Oh, Tuscany, I've lost. What the heck? I've lost. I'm losing battles. I don't know what just happened. Why are you going over there? What are you doing? Going to unit? Oh, because I'm building more ships. Okay. That's what's happening. I'm building more ships. Devastated locations. I don't care about this. Inefficient mining. I'm not making any money from minting. Sorry, not mining, minting. Laws not codified. Ah, yes, laws not codified. Coinage law. Alright. So, don't we have gold? No, actually, I don't think we do have gold. I think the gold is, like, up north or something. And it also feels like this music is still a little bit too loud. Guys, let me know if it's too loud or too quiet. And we actually, I think we... Let me shut up and count before I say stuff. Because I was gonna say I thought we had copper, but I actually don't think we have copper. I don't see it anywhere. I was gonna say, hey, let's just do gold, or let's just do copper coins. We can't even do copper coins. We can only do bullion coins if we don't have gold, or if we want to make copper coins. I think I probably want to do like gold and silver coins, right? That's what you mainly want. It's gonna cost 200 ducats to implement that law, but buildings missing inputs, great, wonderful. Agricultural capacity limit, we knew about that. Hostile pirates, I don't care about that. Pops of needs, don't care about that. Rebel movements, I don't care about that. Unhappy estates, I don't care about that. Unmarried consul, I don't care about that. Unprofitable buildings, I don't care about that right now. Missing employees, yeah, they'll move around. Possible religious actions, no, I'm not going to be doing anything like that right now. Ask to improve cultural opinion. I don't think I want to do that. Now, ask for money I would like to do, okay? But I don't think I can ask anybody to do that. Oh, no, I can ask Milan for money. Okay, okay, look, you know what? I'll take your money. Even though we're trying to eventually break our alliance with Milan, that's okay. I mean... Okay, and I actually do like this. Let's send all 6 of our cardinals to put on that. Alright. Canonize, yeah, we don't care about that. Let's hide it and mute it. Efficient minting. I think we just have to wait for the law to go into effect. Let's just wait for everything to get finalized, because we still gotta, we still have to implement the actual war. We're still implementing absolute power of the president, so waiting on that. We're gaining 22 ducats a month now, okay, so things are improving. I think this update is going to make it easier for us to make money. And I think that because the changes that they made economically, and maybe I'm wrong, okay? Maybe I'm totally wrong. But I think it's going to be easier for us to make money. It's also going to be easier for our estates to make money, because all these places where we have no control, our estates are getting that money. So they're going to be gaining a lot of money. Look at this income after taxes, 105, 85 for the clergy, 176 for the burghers, and even 61 for the commoners, which is insane. So I kind of like that. I want our estates to be rich. I just don't want them to be unhappy with me. Right? So that's the only thing, you know. Oh, you know what? I gotta tell Chenja. Alright, I had to tell Genja I was about to stream. Alright. So, we're losing 243 ducats now. That's not good. Like, is that... Oh, and we just actually lost that money just now. Wonderful. Like, why? I'm gonna allow the automation to destroy buildings, although I don't think we're gonna need to. Why is this? Oh, it's reinforcing armies. That's it. Oh my gosh. We are losing so much money right now from reinforcement. We've got to reduce our freaking maintenance. Because if we don't, we're just gonna take on debt. Look at this. That's all of our expenses right there, almost. We can reduce stability spending, I guess. But that's still so much freaking money. We gotta wait for it to reinforce. Why it has to reinforce that expensively? Oof. Oh. Certainly not I. This song is actually The Lion and the Rat. You know what? I need to pitch that song to Spotify and see if maybe they'll take it on. That'd be awesome. Okay, no, we're not fighting two Sicilies. We are fighting Tunis. So we need to wait until that is done. Where are my regulars, actually? Those are my regulars. And there's a few auxiliaries there. These guys are prisoners. I actually want to ransom them. It's only 2 ducats. Okay, well, that was a terrible decision. Just set them free. Alright, well, like, I have to start taking stuff, so I guess I'll send this army here, and then I've got this bigger army over here. Dude, I'm afraid of this. Oh, man, I'm afraid of this. And look, they're trying to siege down that fort that I just took. Can I want white peace. I want white pizza with the Ottomans. Because, like, the thing about it is I might be able to take on the Moroccan Navy. I cannot take on the Ottoman Navy. There's too many people. There's too many ships. Oh, look at that. You're involved in the war against me, huh? That means I'm going to take your land. And we're still trying to form Italy. Wait a second. Oh my gosh. But, like, it says 162 out of 224. So does that mean... Do we have to own 224 locations in the Italy region? Because it looks like we only have to own these 3 cities. To be honest, I think Rome should be in there as a requirement, but, you know, whatever. Doesn't matter, because I own it anyway. Alright, so we're not reinforcing that much anymore, which means our reinforcement cost has gone down. Yeah, we're actually not even reinforcing there, but we are losing manpower because of army maintenance. That's wonderful. That's absolutely amazing. Which means we're just going to eventually run out of manpower. Unless we downsize our army, or... or... if we build more manpower buildings. Now I can go over here and... Oh, what is this? Okay, that's closing and opening. Alright, I got it. I forgot what the building is for this one. What's the one that gets us manpower in this age? It's training fields? Okay, it's training fields and armories. Ah. You have, like, none. Oh, that's in the Modena market. Alright. Alright, shoot. Frick. We gotta try to get more manpower. Because right now we're getting like nothing. We're losing, in fact. So, so we're gonna try to build some more buildings for manpower, some more training fields. I mean, the good part is at least we're making money now, right? Now that we're done reinforcing. But we definitely need to finish those other buildings. And I'm not convinced we're gonna maintain a supply of manpower this whole time. Like, I'm not convinced of it. So we'll see. But we did take that provincial capital, which is an excellent sign. We just need to, there we go. Need to keep going with this. These guys want cavalry on the flanks if we, if we can afford it. We need to take these battles here. We're trying to take this fort, but I want to take another provincial capital. And I'm going to have this smaller army take forts. And, see, this is a fort. We shouldn't lose that. Oh, look at this! They accepted peace! Okay, so the Pope is signing war reparation, is paying war reparations to the Ottomans. Alright. Let's... I want to see how much I lost, but... See, what I was expecting is... What I was expecting is you could do, like, EU4, and you could click on the country's flag and then view, like, that individual country's contribution, but... Alright, so I'm no longer at war with the Ottomans. This is actually a great sign, because what I can do now is I can actually send some guys to Sardinia. And Sardinia is part of the Italian region. I really wish this bar was wider, like it is in Glorb UI. Like, that needs to happen, right? But it is part of the Italian region, which means I need it in order to form Italy. So... First of all, let's take these prisoners, and, after I only got 2 ducats for the last batch? Yeah, no. It's not gonna happen again. Alright, I apparently cannot go there because of zones of control or something? I think it's that. So, I need to take this fort first. We need an election. We must... this guy's good. Okay. And these guys. I will send these guys to Sardinia. It's gonna make them lose more manpower because they've probably taken some attrition. And... maritime presence? Maritime presence is okay. Well, that sucks. Oh, crap. Oh, my gosh. Now I'm reinforcing. I'm out of manpower. On the bright side, it's not going to make me lose all my money, but... on the dark side... that sucks, dude. And look at this. Alright. Dude, this pisses me off. Alright? Cultural influence. Alright, army morale, attrition cost. Oh man, we need to either downsize our army or drastically increase the size of our training fields. And we don't have time to do that in this war. We actually just don't. So we're going to have to downsize the army. That's just gonna have to happen. I think my navy is big enough to go up against the Tunisian and the Moroccan navy. I think it's enough. It should be. Yes. I even gained a ship there. Captured one. He's got 28 ships. I'm not used to the official UI. I'm used to using Glorp UI. But he's got 28 ships. Morocco has 39. So combined... depending on what types of ships they do have, they might be able to take me on. But, I don't know what types of ships they have. So, we're going to take these guys over to Corsica, make a beachhead at Corsica, try to take that fort back. I don't know what else to tell you. They've got 480 people in that garrison. There's no chance I can win that without artillery. We lose that battle? I think we did. Aragon? Hurry? What's going on? You guys fighting each other? The first rebellion against Hungary. Oh. No. How about Aragon? Who you fighting? You're fighting Milan. No. See, Aragon doesn't... Oh, well, Aragon does actually like me, so I just kind of screwed over a person that actually liked me. That kind of sucks. I did not mean to do that, but that's alright, because I don't like Aragon, even if they do like me, so... Alright. Alright. I don't like that they're about to take that fort and provincial capital. I don't like that part. Thankfully, we are ahead of them, and the siege. Let's move these guys over here. The pros. I remember I named them that. Okay. Hope everyone's having a good day, by the way. Having a good day. Just trying to work on Venture, tabletop RPG. I made some changes to it. Clarified the wording of some druid features. Added a couple of spells, right? I added a spell today called Lesser Purification. It's sort of like purify food and drink. Oh, sweet. Oh, yes. That's exactly what I wanted to have happen. They're going to give money to me? Sorry, that's not... Oh, crap. Well, freaking fricker. Alright, I still outnumber him, so I am going to win this battle, but I really don't like that I had to be the attacker in that battle. I just really don't like it. Because these are levies that are fighting him. I just have some auxiliaries in this army. But those levies are not going to reinforce. Shoot, let's be real honest. The regulars are not going to reinforce either because I don't have enough manpower. I don't have enough manpower buildings, so we're just going to have to deal with what we've got now. Downsize our army massively once this war is over. Alright, we completed this. Let's take this provincial capital. Excuse me? Are you guys gonna merge? Because, like, okay, good. Like, I have to make sure, okay? Alright, these guys are good. We are not missing anything over here, so that's good. I want to send these guys down here, because these guys are trying to take that, and I have another fort to take. I actually have another 2 forts to take. Which means I'm probably going to lose control of this, right? That's a tough one. I don't know what's going to happen there. Because that provincial capital is in the zone of control of 2 different forts, so... But I'm going to send this other army there. I think it's just going to count as contested and not go one way or the other. I think that's what's going to happen. Oh, I was wrong. Which means I'm now running out of food. Oh. Okay. Hey, let's start another bank. Mounts of Piety, or Monte di Pieta, are becoming increasingly common in our country and around us. They are charitable institutions using funds from donors to allow less fortunate people access to low-interest loans. Funding one of such organizations in Siena will serve to increase the wealth and general prosperity of our republic and serve as our national bank. La Banca Monte dei Paschi di Siena was born in the Republic of Siena in 1472. So you're late, guys, you're late. And it has the status of being the oldest bank in the world in continuous operation, starting as a Mount of Piety. It got its modern form with the Grand Duchy of Tuscany, and after the unification of Italy, it expanded its presence for the whole of the peninsula. So I can say the money will flow, Vienna gets a bank, I gain 1,000 ducats, and there's like a new country, I guess. Or a pious organization indeed, and I become that country. I am not doing that. I'm just gaining some money. I'm just gonna gain the money, and that's it. That's it. Okay, very good. Now, I do have... Oh, where are you guys going, huh? Where are you guys going? We'll arrive in Illyria. Okay, well, I guess that's where I'm going. Because, like... What's going on, guys? And then after you guys arrive and I destroy every last one of you, now I'm actually going to send my guys here. That's where I'm sending my guys. My estates are gonna be just ridiculously... What's going on here? What's this expenses from Pop? Oh my gosh, dude, my estates are actually getting so freaking poor. They're impoverished. What about my lack of control? You guys are supposed to be rich. All right. Research progress? I like that. Solo X3404 says, have they fixed the Navy bug where every ship you own all tries to transport your troops? I don't know. I only have one transport fleet. I only have one fleet, actually. I don't know if they've fixed that. But I hope so, because that was annoying. Army morale attrition cost, very good. Okay, so... what do we want to research? Because, like... I feel like pop promotion speed would be good. What do we want? Burger estate satisfaction equilibrium? I don't care about that. Army morale is probably good. Maritime trade advantage, that's probably really good. Local access to raw materials, I like. Alum output, I don't think we really need that. You have our cabinet? I think I like that one too. So annoying my trade fleets would needlessly get destroyed. Yes, that indeed is so annoying, but they did, I will tell you this. They did add a thing where, I think it's on the Navy side. I can't remember where it was supposed to be added, but they added a thing where, you can tell a fleet to go into port when you're at war. I just cannot remember where they put that. Oh yeah, we need to get food to these guys. We need to get supply lines going. They got their food back, but... Oh, they're getting it from there. Okay, I got you. Dude, all are gonna die. I just don't know why you went and did that. Why'd you have to do that? Excuse me? Go there. Alright, so these guys can get their food from this city here, Terra Nova. Let's send these guys back to the fort. And these guys are going bye-bye. Bye-bye. Alright, training fields. I'm just gonna build a lot. I'm not gonna spend all of my money on it, but I'm gonna build a lot of them. Also, I think I just lost a naval battle. I did. So that sucks. I'm running out of food. Well, I'm not really worried about Corsica anymore, because now I have this army here to defend it. And I need to merge these guys into one army. And no more prisoners, guys. No taking prisoners, okay? This is not okay for you. Alright, so these guys are still getting a flow of food, so they're not going to go hungry. Welcome to all the new people joining the stream, by the way. I hope you guys are having a good night. I am having a good night, but it's a little bit, like, weird converting the save. Like, when I ended the last session, like, I ended the last stream at war. So... recovery effort. I really just want to integrate the provinces. Like, I have to. I feel like I have to just continue. Because I'm about to take a ton more land, right? I'm at 0 manpower. I need to... If I integrate the provinces, I'll get more control out of them. Look, I'm getting a little bit of control here and there. They did add that local governor thing. Should I go over the patch notes today? I mean, if you guys want, I can go over the patch notes. I haven't looked at the full ones. I got a basic overview of the features and stuff, but... but I can't remember everything. Okay. Oh, good. We have taken this. Yes, we must get our food back. Because these guys are out of freaking food. Which is not a good thing. It's actually a decidedly very bad thing. Alright, now let's take this fort. And they've taken this. What's going on, guys? You guys have no food. This song is called, Yenna. Track 3. I have... Tomorrow. Actually at midnight, okay? An hour after the stream ends. The album, the full album, guys. The Lion and the Rat is going to be out. And I am very, very excited. See, I don't care for this. That's a heavy ship. Okay, that's a Carrack. We have Mediterranean galleys as well, but that's going to be a tough battle. Because, like, I think we're going to win, but that's a tough battle. Oh, they got more people to join. Yeah, we lost 13 ships. Oh, no. Leave the battle, dude. Go. No. You're going to destroy my whole freaking navy. No. Leave. Hey, Aragon, can I have food access? Please. I request some food access. Thank you. Alright, let's take this fort, I guess. I don't know what the deal is with that. With those guys not wanting to merge. Alright, you guys leave. Dude, I cannot leave the battle. This is a bug. That's a bug. Because I'm trying to go back to my own port and it just starts a new battle immediately. That's a bug. Guys, I found a bug in 1.1. Alright, so I have taken that fort now. And everything should be good on Sicily. I just have to take this fort. Alright, I've just unlocked the heavy Carrack. I have a few more things queued up as well. Could be good. Army morale is pretty good. Okay, but my question is, why am I not getting control of the others? Like this. Because I have the provincial capital, which is this, right? Oh, no. What the frick? What's the provincial capital? Oh, don't tell me. Oh, no, it's Malta! Malta! Why is that the provincial capital? That's so dumb. Where are you going? You're Genti? Okay, so we're gonna fight. You and I are gonna fight. Alright, well that means that I just have to manually go take all these locations. Alright, send these guys... Hey, I have to have this set to replace generals and admirals. Handle privateers. Oh, look at that. I'm not doing that. I would like a general for these, but there is none. There's no general available. I'll set these guys to defend home territory, and I'll just go send them over here. Demand unlawful territory. What are you kidding me? What's going on? Venice? Sorry, that's mine. We have no use for such relations with those simpletons. I think that's going to make the Holy Roman Emperor hate me, right? Yeah, because the Netherlands... Actually, they don't dislike me for that. Austria is requesting food access. You are at war with... No. Stop interfering in Italy's affairs, guys, okay? Italy is mine. Mine. Not yours. Mine. It's not alright, alright? It's not alright. I do like that I'm actually making some good money now. See, this was not the case before the update. Before the update, I don't think I was making nearly as much money as this. Oh, I'm still making 11 of these. Oh my gosh, dude. Alright, let these finish before I determine what I'm going to build next. Alright, we're going to send these guys to Syracuse. What did I just capture? This? Alright, I captured this. I gotta take the fort before I can take the provincial capital, so I'm gonna do that. Syracuse, good, I took it. Now I gotta... Oh gosh, no, no, stop it. Stop it. This will be a mountain fort, so that'll be pretty easy to win. I have to make sure I occupy everything I want in this war before I go trying to take stuff. Okay, that's kind of uncomfortable. See, I just really don't like this. What are you trying... Like, these? Dude, you know how hard it was for me to get these provinces? No, thank you. I'm keeping that. Forever. You're never getting that back. Alright, I want diplomats. Also, I could increase stability spending a little bit. That's a lot of money. But I do want to increase stability spending a little bit. That's because, I want to be stable. I can't believe that freaking provincial capital is Malta. That's so freaking stupid. That is so stupid. Alright, I've got to take this fort. Modica, I've taken. I've got 4 different armies at this point. I have to... Okay, good. I'm very glad luck was in my favor there. I just took that fort. Now I gotta defeat this army here. He moved off of there quick. He knew he was not long for this world. Okay, boom. Stack wipe. Or as Dizzy used to say, carpet swipe. Boom. Got some prisoners. We get to call parliament. Those prisoners get to go bye-bye. We're gonna do, I don't really like a lot of these. Promote integration processes is probably what I want. What I want. New monastery? Sure, we can spend 12 ducats. Preservation of traditional ideas. No, I don't want to do that. Let's do outward look. And let's just leave it at that. I'd rather just leave it at that. Brother man. Alright, let's take the provincial capital, and then we're going to siege down this last fort here. We won the siege of Syracuse. Zugor's here. Hey! Welcome, Zugor. So glad you could join us. We are still trying to freaking take, whatever this is. Sciatica. Yacha. Alright. Jeez, darn frick. Like, why are you not... Defend home territory? What are you doing? You guys like that there's a 6 and 7 speeds now? You guys like that? Pretty cool, huh? Okay, I think that these things keep getting, like, unsieged because they have Malta, which is so freaking stupid, dude. And they're about to take Corsica, because I can't move troops there. Can I at least send these guys to a good port? Send my kids to a good school. Let's do focus siege on Sicily. Just keep these guys on Sicily duty. I'll send these guys over here. And let's see if we can take what we want in this war. We do have over 50 war scores, so, you know, maybe we can. We'll see. Want that for sure. Right, and then... Oh, they have plus 100. And forced demand. Alright, then we want this province here. We're up to... Or we're down to plus 39. I want this here, and that... Okay, that's not the rest of... That's the rest of Sicily. Can I take this? I can take that. Can I take this, though? That's the question. Because I'm quite close. I am at -1! -1! Oh, man. Zugor says economy in 1.1 feels weird, not gonna lie. For me, it feels good. For me, the economy in 1.1 definitely feels better. So far, I mean, I started at war, and I started with, like, no freaking manpower, so... but it does feel better to me. Building some more training fields. Hopefully that will alleviate my freaking shortage. See, Netherlands, like, I don't appreciate this. I don't know what you're trying to do here, but I'm not giving Venice back to Venice. I'm keeping it forever. Early game's weirder, mid to late game feels better. Gotcha. I am sort of in the mid game, so. Can we do this now? Hey, we could do it! Alright, and you know what? We could take a little bit of money, too. We're gonna gain a lot of antagonism, but... let us take all of this territory, as planned. Excellent. I've gained all of this new territory, none of which I will have any control over whatsoever. The max control is, in fact, 0. So, Aslan Chosan says, Hola to the chat. Are we still crusading for Carthage? Not the city of Carthage, which, by the way, found out, oh, and now we have a freaking revolt to fight, but, I'm gonna have AI fight this war for me, and then these guys are gonna hunt armies. Oddly, in Vicky 3, I only play big countries, where in EU5 I only really play small countries now. I mean, that's fair. I usually only play small countries in Europa Universalis. I did it in EU4 too. All right, let's hunt armies in those. And I own part of Sardinia now, so that's excellent news. Possible cabinet actions. We've got... Oh, yeah, these guys need to integrate. Oh. Frickin' fricker. They're revolting. Alright, well, let's integrate these then. I know, watch your last video. Carthage is a small satellite township of 20k. Dude, you are awesome. Pulling up that little tiny piece of lore that we found out in the last stream. You are freaking awesome, dude. Thank you. Thank you for that. That just kind of like made my night right there. Okay, good. We are integrating these provinces. The Neapolitans... Two Sicilies is new, though. They are? What do you mean? I don't know what that means. But we do control this territory, though. And it seems, I don't know, like, if they... Oh, what? Form Sardinia? Kind of weird. I think we're already a tier 2 country, too. Are they not? No, Two Sicilies is not a vassal. Are you going for just Italy, or do you have Rome enabled? I'm trying to do Rome. I don't know if it, I think all the plausible countries are enabled. I mean, it's pretty easy to change if it's not, but first I do want to film. First, I want to form Italy, but I do have an ultimate goal of Rome And I don't know if that's going to be possible because, you know, I'm still not, you know, an expert at this game. But, you know, I was able to do some kind of cool things in EU4, so who knows? Maybe I could do it in EU5 too. I never formed the Roman Empire in EU4. I did. You know what? I may have formed Rome as Byzantium. I can't remember 100%, but I did. I have played a couple of Byzantium campaigns in EU4, and I did really well. Captured the city of Rome at the very least. I think what I always ran into is I would basically restore the borders of Justinian, and then by that point in the game, it was like the 1700s, and everybody on the western side of Europe was so freaking powerful that, you know, a war for 2 provinces got me enough aggressive expansion for a coalition, and and it took 20 years, you know, minimum. And that was the issue. I hated the power creep in EU4. Awful, awful. I last saw them as directly controlled lands from your last war with Naples, when you were trying to own the Strait Crossing. Gotcha. So I never fully annexed them. I was able to annex a lot of them, but I didn't fully annex. Also, alright, so what's going on here? A band of legendary knights, their mettle tested in the fiery pits of battlefields across the Mediterranean, have arrived at our court with a petition at hand. France AI economy is supposed to be good in 1.1. Nice. Could have run the 9s and aura farm the colonies for a higher kill count. That's funny. Being driven from the island of Rhodos by the Sultanate of the Ottomans, the Knights Hospitaller have wandered homeless, seeking a new home to continue their pious defense of our faith. Until in 1508, the Holy Roman Emperor agreed to confer upon them the sovereignty of the island of Malta, pending our approval. So we can give it to them. We gain 20 stability, and we lose Malta. France is OP regardless of nerfs. Kind of true. Or just don't give them anything, and the Pope dislikes us. I mean, 20 stability is pretty good, but also, Malta's mine. Like, I don't know if I want to give them Malta. Historical, though? It's historical, true, but you know it's not historical? The formation of Rome. Alright? Italy did get united, but you know what? They didn't control Malta. Malta's its own country today, so I don't know about that. But they would like me, though. And they already settled country. This is so freaking funny, dude. Do you guys see this? Look at this. Tax base of the Knights Hospitaller. This country currently does not exist. Where is this tax base? Right, because you can see they have tax base all the way up to 1508. So they must have, like, just been annexed, right? Zero population. Yeah, you can see that. Yep, I see it. Alright, we'll conquer it later then. Direct control or mini vassal swarm. I was watching Quarbit as Brittany, and he was generally annoyed by France owning, or absolutely dominating surrounding lands in Iberia, Germany, and Italy. I like directly controlling stuff, personally. In EU4, I did go through a phase where I liked the vassal swarm, but other than that, I've always liked directly controlling stuff. Vassal swarm is just too OP, and I agree with that. It is OP, but at the same time, it's like this is brilliant, but I like this. Excuse me, what's going on here? Oh, this is a big arm. Who's fighting me right now? Dude, 2 Sicilies is in this war. I don't know if I like this, guys. This is not alright. This is not alright. I like direct control also, but I do vassal swarm up into the Age of Absolutism. Fair enough. They did, so they slightly buffed the centralization value. Right, because now it's proximity speed. Oh, that's interesting. Will they get Upidity for independence? Will they get Uppity for independence? Yeah, that's true. But speed of annexation speeds up. That's for... See, what they need to do is they need to reduce crown power for decentralization, and they need to change annexation speed to integration speed of, like, provinces. If you're centralized, it makes sense that you would be able to get your government in there and, like, pull it into the fold faster. Yeah, this sucks. Not having a frickin' navy, that sucks. These are also all levies. To be fair, these guys are probably also all levies, so they're probably fine on this battle. I don't know, Age of Blobbing more like it. Yeah, true. I have one army over here. Integrate province cabinet action is too weak relative to annex subject. True, true, true. And it needs to be buffed. It needs to be buffed, truly. Verily I say unto thee. I'm building more training fields. Is this... what's this? I don't care what market I build it in. Unless you're Flurry Worry. Dude, okay, so it's been a long time since I've watched anything from Flurry Worry, but I know that he can do anything he wants in EU. He can do anything, alright? That's all I know about him. Alright, I have completed that siege. These guys are still... I'm just gonna keep these guys on focus siege, just so I have a big army there. These guys are gonna have to reinforce, but they can't because they're mostly levies. So, that sucks. We got 3,100 unraised levies. How do we set a freaking, raise all levies in Florence. He clean swept the EU4 championships that were hosted till the game got replaced. Why am I not surprised? Flurry Worry is amazing. That's all I freaking know about him. Alright, can I send these guys back to, like, get some... I don't know. Maybe I should send them here. Because, like, this... That's gonna be a tough battle for me. Whereas if I wait till I got this bigger army here, then I could probably have a much better chance of winning it. And I got more levies over here, so... The Netherlands, stop it, dude. Stop. I'm not giving you this unlawful territory. I don't care how many times you ask. You went to war for Sardinia? I actually didn't go to war specifically for Sardinia. I was actually focusing more on Sicily, but I said, you know what? Tunis controls pieces of Sardinia as well. So let me try to get that in the war also. And it worked out. We were able to kind of clobber them, but we did kind of take heavy losses, and now we're dealing with a rebellion right afterwards, so... Not so good. Alright, I am going to go to Focus Siege. And I'm going to turn these guys on Focus Siege as well. Malta? I did give Malta to the Knights Hospitaller. I did. I couldn't help it. I was like, you know what? The 20 stability is too tempting. And we can always go to war for it again later. Oh, this song is called Freedom and Fault. It's out right now. Guys, I want to announce again, all right? I have to announce this again right now. my album, my full-length album that I have spent over 5 years developing and $3,000 on. My full-length album, The Lion and the Rat, will be live at midnight tonight. Guys, 12 full-length tracks. Vassalize them? I can vassalize them, yes. Guys, 12 full-length tracks. We've got A Night to Remember. We've got I Do Adore. We've got Yenna. We've got The Letter. Gone. Freedom and Fault. Hana. Innocent Love. The Lion and the Rat. Home. Epilogue. And Heart of a Warrior. All on the new album. Now, Freedom and Fault is already available. That is just an instrumental, and it's already on the instrumentals album. But guys, check out Alexander Thomas on Spotify. That's all I got to say, all right? Because, you know, like, I should pitch the Lion and the Rat song. What if this blows up, guys? What if this blows up? We'll add this song to release radar if we get your pitch at least a week before release. Okay, so this is like too late, but which, 5? I can choose, oh no, I can only choose one. All right, choose that one. Next. The Lion and the Rat. I'm gonna pitch it right now. Choose up to 2 song styles. It's sort of like a ballad, but it's rock. Like, it's definitely rock. It's a rock ballad. Up to 2 music cultures. It is not in one of these music cultures. 2 moods. Okay, we've got, what do we have? Fierce and energetic. What instruments are on the song? All right, I've got this, guys. I'm pitching it right now while we're in the middle of a war. Bass guitar, electric guitar, drum kit. We've got, I think that's basically it. Pedal steel guitar, piano samples, guitar, no sitar. That's it. Is this a cover? No, it's not a cover. It's not a remix. It was recorded in the studio, and it's not an instrumental. What languages are the lyrics in? They are in English. Boom, what's left? Oh, rock. K-rock? What the heck? I'm gonna choose hard rock. And I'm also gonna put metal. Tell us about the process of creating this song as well as any plans to promote it. Not Korean. No. The song The Lion and the Rat is actually in English. There is a song that is fully in Korean on the album, and it is track number 7, Hana. And then also track number 1, A Night to Remember, has some Korean lyrics. However, the rest of the lyrics are in English. I think you guys are going to like this. Defeating the rat as they dance in the chaos. Next, make sure everything looks good. All right, I am good. Followers get the song on the release radar playlist when you pitch it at least a week before release, but I did not pitch it until 4 hours before release. Thanks for your pitch. You can pitch another unreleased song after this one goes live on Spotify. All right, so I have pitched this song now. Very good. We're good now. Guys, I'm excited. You know what? I kind of want to preview... I want to preview the album. Let's do that to celebrate. Let's play, I Do Adore.
Once upon an early morning, as I sat alone and scorning, depressed
Here we go.
and lonely, although chatting with the next friend
So the goal is finishing southern Italy and then heading back north into Milan and Piedmont. Yes, indeed.
chilly soul revealing, concealed not once my lonely shore. As she rested, notifying,
Indeed.
while I hushed there, nearly dying.
All right.
I grasp potential flame with whom to soar.
Send these guys over here, and we're gonna send these guys over to hopefully take this fort before they take it.
Babbled we till early mornings, observations so alluring, with sparks not embers flying, such great peril we ignored.
Still have no freaking
Every
manpower.
time passion discharging, blinded still, kept on charging,
And I still need more
fought with
training
so
fields, but we're in
surprising,
progress of a
saving
bunch of
was
them, so we'll see what happens when they finish
not a
building.
chore. Sweating, yet I just kept choosing.
Are the Medici still a thing? I believe they are. I believe they're quite powerful at this point.
So said I
That's Peruzzi, that is Bardi, this is Medici. And then, yes, they have several locations now. They actually have 77,000 people.
Then when something she was wanting, with those daggers she'd be taunting, teasing me until my fragile heart.
Can I, like, sell them? What if I could sell them a location?
Yet my fervor was still rising, heart unfazed, uncompromising, unsatisfied, yet still I wanted more. So said
Where's sell location? Because, like, wouldn't that be kind of funny if I could just land them and then, like, kind of fun, right? Oh, they took that fort, by the way. Alright, I need to send these guys over here. Okay, good. I think they went the other way. Yeah, they did. Ah, jeez, dude. This freaking revolt is annoying. And I think, could you integrate them? Their existence confuses me. They're not my subject. So I cannot integrate them. I can just declare war on them and just occupy the bank, but that would not. I just don't feel like that's a good idea. I feel like I probably should just allow them to exist. Oh, that's not good. Well, sort of. Okay, well, we won, so. And we lost fewer than we killed, so. Seize the banks. Also, I like this, because we're getting more research progress, right? Huh? Tuscany have lost. What? What? Oh, that was just some levies. That was just some random levies. Who's in the garrison? Oh, 12? Okay, we need to like win a battle first, but yeah, 12 guys? Yeah, I'm taking it. And this is the pros. I'm refilling the garrison. Nothing, like, come on, man. I'm gonna take a battle here, and I'm not gonna like the outcome. Come on. Oh, yes! I could just take on the siege. Okay, now, they're still gonna get a defensive bonus if if they come and try to attack me, but still. Have you used Zwar? No, I have never used any Linux distro except for Mint and a little bit of Ubuntu, because of my workplace. They use Ubuntu for the computer that runs the security cameras.
I preferred my lonely shore. So said I, must I adore
12 guys? Dude, if there's 12 guys in the freaking garrison, I'm assaulting it, okay?
As she stood there always waiting, a new flame appeared, a flame to make me want to try once more. Quietly was I
give me the
chatting,
prestige.
a new plan was I now hatching, a vow of secrets was I requiring, for blackout did I implore.
Okay, army.
No longer was I then crying, no longer
Look,
was
my
I then
manpower
dying.
situation is getting
Now
better.
grasped true flame with whom to soar. So said I
need to build some more.
can adore.
But I'm getting to the point where my monthly manpower is almost as much as my maintenance. Ubuntu and not Red Hat is a weird choice on the business's part. Perhaps, I have no control over these things, though. Oh, I can ask somebody for money. See, that's one of my favorite things to do in this world, is ask people for money. Who? Who am I asking for money?
I will adore forevermore. I will adore forevermore. I will adore.
These control the company. I don't think I could do that. The Medici. Bye-bye. These guys go bye-bye. Alright, so that song was I Do Adore. Next, we're going to play Jena. The song Jena. This is track 3. This is one of my favorites. I gotta say, this is one of my favorites. I love what the vocalist did with it. He did a fantastic job. He did a fantastic job. Stuff that, like, I did not ask him to do. He just did. And Trevor Lake is a fantastic guy. Alright, guys. Trevor Lake is a fantastic vocalist. He features on many songs on this album. Okay, I like the outcome of that battle. You know what? Let's just take a fort from Two Sicilies. Let's just take a fort from Two Sicilies, okay? Because I'm sick of these guys. Peace imminent. Look at this crap. I don't like you guys. I don't like you. Hey, look at that. Oh, let's focus siege. And you know what? Yeah, hey, shoot. Add Sicily. I don't understand who I'm supposed to be asking for money. Because, like, I can't find anybody that I can ask. I can't find anybody I can ask. Wait, is the boot part revolt? Yes. Yes, these guys are a revolt. Papa Pope? No, not Papa Pope. No, this time Papa Pope is too weak, actually. These are the Papal States. Well, actually, the Papal States owns quite a bit of territory, but most of it is not in Italy. Church did a lot of loans. Perhaps. Perhaps they've got their fingers in it. I like how I benefit from these, like, Catholic actions. Maybe the Emperor? Possible. Dude. They're allied with Two Sicilies and Milan. Now I really have to annex them. I don't know who it is currently. Netherlands, I think. Holy Roman Emperor, yeah. Oh man, and Mauricio M on guitar? Dude, guys. Mauricio M is a fantastic guitarist. Alright, good. I wanted him to attack me so I could get the defensive bonus. Good. 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 That's what I'm talking about. Where are the prisoners? Oh, there you are. Goodbye. The Dutch Republic is the emperor. Are they a republic? They are a monarchy. They are a monarchy. This game is cursed, guys. This game is cursed. I don't know if you guys heard. If you don't know, now you know. The game is cursed. Provençal culture. Hold on. What's this? This is some army tradition. Because of unbalanced favors, we ought to accept, or they will lose trust in us. Based on our current trust toward them, we will lose an additional 4.91 diplomatic reputation. I guess. I guess. Did they form from Burgundy? I don't think so. I think they just formed. Also, I love how the 100 Years' War is still going on. But it's, no matter what, it's going to end in 27 years. Alright, so that was track number 3, which was Jena. I'm going to play the song The Letter, which features Trevor the Lake, and also a singer named Christina, who, I'm announcing this on my stream. I can't put it in Spotify just because I'm respecting her wishes. She only, wants her name on it if she explicitly allows it. But she sang vocals for a song in the Doctor Who soundtrack. You guys know a song, I think it's called Don't Step on the Goblin or something. What is this song called? Crap, what is it called? Yeah, it's called Don't Step on the Goblin, and it's from the Doctor Who soundtrack. And that singer for that song is the same singer for the following song, track 4. Oh, to which Doctor? I don't know. Track 4 is called The Letter, and here it is. She's good. She's really good. I forgot that she was British until the spoken part of the song. Total Drama Island vibes. Yeah, I kind of agree with you. Okay. This is what I'm talking about. Oh, the Lutheran Reformation. Okay. Let's think about this. Lutheranism. Clearly, these are people who do not understand that the only true faith is Catholicism. Did you enjoy the freezing cold? Not in the slightest. However, I was off work during most of it, so... Purple Twig is here. Hey, welcome, buddy. What is this music? This is a song that will be coming out on my album. It's track 4. It'll be out at midnight. The album I have been working on for 5 years. The Lion and the Rat. Finally, right? Alright. We gotta sing it. We gotta, her name's Christina. That's all I can say. It's a speaking part. Good. It's good. She's gonna say my name in this part. My name's Alex. That's what I'm talking about, okay? She even loves my flaws. Alright, anyway. How's 1.1? So far, it seems fine, but I've been in war the whole time, so... This is Trevor Lake. I can reveal this vocal. Alright. Alright, thoughts of disapproval against the Roman Catholic Church are spreading across Europe following the increased practice of indulgences, raising questions concerning the greed of the church. My name is Alex, not Alice. Alexander. And you can find my music on Spotify, iTunes, and Apple Music under Alexander Thomas. That is my name. Alright. While these stayed rather broad and general accusations for now, a particular incident in that city has caused a humble monk by the name of Martin Luther to write and publish a thesis on the nature of true worship and the nature of our faith. He is specifically targeting the selling of indulgences, defaming them as greedy and unnecessary, as well as disputing the authority of the Pope to sell the same forgiveness that only God can grant. See, I'm a fan of this guy, Martin Luther, alright? I don't agree with everything, but I don't agree with everything that anybody says. So, I mean, Martin Luther, I kind of like Martin Luther. I'm kind of a fan. I'm a Martin Luther fan. Anyway, so that was track 4. Indeed, good song. Yes. Track 5 is called Gone, alright? And the guy, I can't remember his last name. He only features on one song, and his name is Andre, alright? But this is called Gone, track 5.
Well, my rise and I were not meant to be.
Fun fact, he grew to hate what the Reformation became by the end of his life. I mean, that makes sense. True. But he had some valid criticisms. Some pretty valid criticisms. Oh, is this a... Where are you going? Oh, here? Okay, I'm going here too then. This guy is focusing. Okay, good, I got him. This is not a provincial capital, and thus I don't care about it. Not gonna lie, the vocals combined with the instrumentals made me think of some kind of Britney Spears and Sabotage. Oh, that's funny. He did and literally said, guys, you took it too far. Oh my god, dude. Previous song, not this one. Gotcha. Portugal have greedily expanded their colonial claims to the area of North Gabon. I don't care. I don't care. I care about Europe and nothing else. I mean, it makes sense. I doubt he wanted half of Germany to die. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, once it's out of your hands, it's like, what are you going to do about it? Alright, you're on Sicily duty. Guys, you have to stop asking me to give back Venice. I'm never giving it back. Oh, now I can annex you. And that is 70. I would also like a couple of provinces here. I would like the rest of Italy, please. What is this? Holy hustle, though. No pun intended, selling indulgences infinite money glitch. God had to patch it out, so he sent Martin Luther. Gosh. Goodness gracious. Alright, so that was track 5. I'm gonna skip over Freedom and Fault, which is track 6, because it already is released. You guys can listen to it whenever you want. Totally an instrumental. I'm gonna play the song Hana, which I can reveal to you on stream who this guy is, but I can't put it on Spotify or anything. This is the rapper Young Il, a Korean rapper, and he also features on track 1, and I have to remember, but he does the entirety of the vocals in this song because it's all in Korean. So he's a Korean rapper. Lyrics in Korean. I was like, I gotta get this guy. So I got him. This is track 7. Hana. I'm gonna try to kind of be quiet. But anyway. Imagine collecting all that money every time Noble's feeling powerful. Or feeling repentful after executing some commoners. Legit so much money. True.
네가 없어도 내 길을 걸어
It's a good song. Seriously, guys, go give this guy's music a listen. I wanted to put his name on this, but I asked him. He was like, this is not the kind of image I want to put out there. I think it's just because he's focused more on rap. This is more of a pop song. Well, by that point, he was old since he died right after the 30-year war ended. Disregard Christianity is pretty flexible in its belief. For example, it went from usury as sin to modern debt-fueled economy. Hana? So Hana is somebody different. Hana is the Korean word for one. Number one. Oh, that guy's good. But you're my number one. So no, it's actually the opposite. Hana, meaning one, is the song is about deciding that you are definitely totally incompatible with somebody, and it's time to break up, and you have to become one again. Instead of two, you're gonna become one. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's a minor rebel uprising. Okay, so it's just... I was like, I don't want to fight another freaking rebellion. Dang, literally opposite. Why is it so upbeat? So when it's time, when you like realize what you have to do and it's time to end a toxic relationship, it is kind of a liberating feeling. Like, you know what? I know what I have to do, and like it sucks, but like I feel better about this knowing that it's just irreparable, you know? Sad people need happy. Well, true, but that's not why. So that was Hana. Track number 8 is called Innocent Love, also featuring the vocalist Trevor Lake. And if you guys want me to elaborate on the meaning, why I wrote this song, I would be happy to, but for now, this song is called Innocent Love. It's emotionally liberating. That's exactly right.
Feel like a child whenever you're near. Your presence erases my fear. I'm not looking for anything more than this innocence we're living for. There's something about the way you smile that makes everything feel worthwhile.
How's the AI aggressiveness in this patch? What setting do you have? I started this, what's this? Oh crap, that's 127. No, I want the rest of Italy. Frick. Ciao. That itself, these are really expensive locations, dude. Check acceptance, it might be because disconnected promises. No, well, they would accept it. They would accept it at +4, but it's worth more than 100, so I can't do it. So I can only take one of these locations. All right, let's go for trade goods. Iron I like. Silk I also like. And we'll take money too. Good. How come they are this expensive? Do you have a bad... So this was a rebellion. This country rose up in rebellion against me, and then 2 Sicilies joined them, so I'm just trying to get a little something extra beyond annexing the rebellion. That's what that is. Yeah, this is good. Okay, very good. Tired of these freaking wars, dude. I'm tired. Alright, now, what am I freaking gonna build? I see, I hate the other countries joining rebellion. I know, it sucks. Are centers of trade a thing? Market capitals, yeah. Like the Modena market and the Genoa market. Gonna form Italy? I sure am. But I need Milan. I need Milano, and I need some more locations in the Italy region. It's realistic, though. Yes, it's realistic, and also I hate it. Like, F that guy. Yeah, true. Like, that's basically what it is. Okay. What's your market access in Calabria? I gotta fight another war. Might need another market. Calabria? Shoot, I don't even know where that is. Oh, you're talking about here? It's 71%. These places have really good market access. Anyway, that was Innocent Love. I gotta preview the next track. Now, the next one is track 9, which is the titular track of the album, The Lion and the Rat. I pitched this song to Spotify. We'll see if they like it, alright? That's okay, just gotta push out Dubrovnik, yes, indeed. So this song is called The Lion and the Rat. This is a very, very important song to me. It is the reason I named the album The Lion and the Rat. So, very cool, very important song. I'm going to preview it for you. It's going to be live at midnight, so check it out. Here it is. How do you develop this album? Were you on the instrumentals and an assortment of people for the vocals? So I wrote the lyrics. I wrote all the lyrics, and I acted as sort of more of a producer. I played a producer role. I got together. I gotta pause it because this song is too good. I got together some musicians. Mauricio M is the name of the instrumentalist, the musician that I got for a lot of the songs on the album. Who's a brain trust. I got Young Ill for tracks 1 and 7. I got Trevor Lake for the most of them. I got Christina for track 4. And I got... what's this, Lutheran preacher? I don't know what I'm even making. But, so... that's basically the role I played. I basically played the producer role, and then I found an audio engineer. Once all of that stuff was recorded in the studio, I got an audio engineer, and I said, hey, can you mix and master this? I want it to sound like X, Y, and Z. Kevin Carafa is his name. And I mean, that guy works, like, non-stop. Like, he just was working like a fiend. Song sounds like Through the Fire and the Flames. I mean, that's kind of a compliment, I would say. I don't know if I agree with you on that, but I'll take it as a compliment. But anyway, let me continue playing it, and I'll continue playing the game as well. Oh, gosh, I gotta make Sicily now.
He loved a rat so sly and so mean, but to the lion, she was his queen. Oh, the lion and the rat, 2 hearts intertwined.
Like the electric guitar at the beginning and the energy. This vocal part is different. Gotcha.
He danced in the chaos and the tale so cruel, but the lion's love was true and he broke the rules. The rat squeaked at the lion and the lion roared. He said life's gotta be something more. The rat screamed at the lion by
Isn't that a more Christian themed song though? But Through the Fire and the Flames? I don't know. I love that song. On Guitar Hero, that was the hardest song you could possibly play. I was not aware of it being a Christian song. It's kind of cool if it is. Lutheranism, 5,600 people. Positive manpower, first time in full stream. I had a friend whose place we come over to and proceed to repeatedly fail to play it. Oh my gosh. Sounds fun though.
Oh, the lion and the rat, two hearts intertwined, one with courage and pride, one with greed and lie. They danced in the chaos in a tale so cruel, but the lion's love was true and he was no fool. The rat squeaked at the lion.
I think it's religious. I don't know.
He said life's gotta be something more. The rat screamed at the lion, but he got away, off to find a better, brighter, brand new day. The lion walks tall with his head held high, with a heart of gold in the land of morning sky. For he reigns supreme, he is strong and wise, a noble king of the sunrise.
Song's good, dude. I love how this song turned out. And I have decided, I haven't really begun work on it, but I have decided that my next single will be a song called City of Soul. The lyrics are all written, because I'm taking these from old poems that I've written, and I like kind of turn them into songs, like with the chorus and everything. Sometimes it's just a poem, but... let's do that. Nobody else joined them, right? Good. I don't want to fight anybody except for the rebellion. It's gonna take a little while for me to actually take full control over this land. And I probably could build roads. I mean, that would be a good thing, right? I should build roads. And I can too. I don't have paved roads, and I need them. Wow, dude, I have so much freaking money. Paved road. That's gonna be my next queue. And then, along with another cabinet seat, and shoot, let's get some more power projection, too. Oh my gosh, why have I not gone for this? Alright, so that was the lion and the rat, guys. That is, I'm a little bit biased because the song is so important to me, but I think that is my favorite song on the album. Past 1500 usually spiral upward in this game at a speed that feels much faster than EU4, perhaps. Coincidentally, that's when my game gets laggy AF. I understand. Pretty good song, thank you. So I am going to preview the next song, track 10. It is called Home, and this track is actually just 3 poems that I wrote over the course of, like, I want to say 4 years. I wrote the first poem in 2019, And I think I wrote the last one in like 2022, so maybe it's like 3 years. Oh no, you know what? I think I wrote it. Oh, I'm dropping frames. I'm sorry, guys. I don't intend on dropping the frames. It just does this. But I may have written it in 2020. So maybe it was like a year. Is it me or is it lagging? Oh well. I'm still gonna go ahead and play the song. Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. This is Home, and the longest track on the album, like 7.5 minutes.
Next to me, but you weren't there. For I awoke to you.
Oh, these guys gotta go into my territory.
But I opened my eyes. It was only
Yeah, I have no idea why it's streaming so poorly. This is a persistent problem for me. I don't know when it's gonna happen. It just happens.
I remember the
Freaking fricker,
I
dude.
stepped on a plane.
I hate it. I hate that this happens.
A battle and won, but I blinked. Am I already done?
Oh crap, I have no freaking food?
Change was spent, fell to the earth.
You guys are taking attrition.
I learned
Gotcha, Siege.
how much my soul. I lived a lifetime, but to my surprise, I lived it all in the blink of an eye. Who am I now? What have I done? Was I happy? Did I have fun? Did I find what I was?
Look at these freaking alerts, dude. Oh, but buildings can be upgraded. I like that one.
And so much more. For 3 years
Yes.
I did not
I like that.
but now I'm awake. Was this all just a dream? And now I don't know how to feel. When I'm home, will you check on me for real? Though I've been gone for 1,000 days. In my
I'm gonna do a speed test.
things unchanged. And like a guiding light that has shone, I can see now that it's time to go home. Ooh, ooh.
Yeah, my internet connection is fine.
In my bedroom alone, dreaming
I'm getting
of
typical
places
speeds.
far from
6
my
ping.
home.
My ping is 6.
And I awoke and thought that I must be
Or my idle latency. Okay, that to be fair, that's my
for
idle
you were
latency. But
finally checking on me for
alright, I'm gonna post
real.
this in the chat.
I had truly gone home. I'd flown the
Alright,
great
1137
flight. Now I
down.
just wonder if that was right. Sure, there you were.
37.45 up.
But home is now just strange land with family. I look around now and only feel lost. My lesson has come.
Maybe a router restart.
Cost.
Who freaking knows? Like, what usually happens is it'll just, like, recover slowly. Or, like, it'll just randomly come back to up to normal.
Just a place.
I have no idea why this happens. And this only happens with Spectrum, because we switched to Spectrum because AT&T didn't have fiber. And this only happens with them. It pisses me off.
Journey seems done. My guiding lighthouse. I should
Down is
go
fine.
to
Up
sleep,
is
but my heart
the important bit right now. Oh, I know. Yeah, that's definitely the important part. But 37 up. 37 up should be enough though, and I'm streaming right now at like 13. It's going between 5 and 13 up as far as streaming. Oh, I don't know. It's random, it's unpredictable, and it's annoying as frick. Alright, I am upgrading all these guys. Every time I'm like, oh no, it's recovering, it's at 11 up. It's like goes down to 5. Either a possible fix will be to restart the router, which takes about 5 minutes, and we'll end the stream, or suffer. It usually recovers normally. Like it usually recovers, sorry, I shouldn't say normally, it usually recovers over time, gradually. Okay, I do not care at all about this alert. I don't care at all about this alert. I do care about that. Put that one right now. I don't really care about that one at all. Hostile pirates, definitely get out of here. Unmarried console, I do not care about at all. I don't care about that one right now. Don't care about that. Unprofitable buildings. I knew. Is to improve cultural opinion? No. Pay for me. Look at this. See, I don't care about any of it. Ask for money. I don't have anybody that I could ask for money. Seems fine now. That's good. It's like I said, it just it recovers randomly. It goes down randomly and it recovers randomly. I'm pretty sure it's just Spectrum. I really hate how little space there is for the alerts and how many freaking alerts there are. I hate it. Random blows? What does that mean? Oh, Spectrum. I got it. Annoying. So annoying. Right now it's at 13 up. Oh, it's back to 6,700. It fluctuates too much. See, I don't care about that alert. And the unraised levies I'll keep, but exiled armies I gotta get back to my own territory, but see if I can send these guys to where they need to be. It's a 0 strong army. I sent that a while ago. Dude, there's something gravely wrong right now. Alright, so I am going to go ahead and move forward previewing the album. Track 11 is called Epilogue, and that is what I will preview. This one reminds me a little bit of Life is a Highway. 2 to 3 minutes ago. Frickin' fricker, dude. Guy got captured. I think they executed him. Alright, I am upgrading so many merchants' quarters. Oh my gosh, dude, the viewers jumped up to 36. Welcome, everybody. Sorry it's so, like, stuttery. Oh, State Department tells all U.S. citizens to leave Iran now. Oh my goodness. No mods to fix quality of life. So I have Glorp UI. I guess it didn't get enabled. I didn't know I had to re-enable it, but I can go back to the main menu, but I want to finish this war first at least. Encourage urbanization. It's like sort of recovering here and there. Enforce speed. Printer shop. Alright. This is where we're going to start getting some good stuff. Expected cost of court, crown power, paved road, cabinet seats. That's what we want. Where's Florence?
This is my epilogue after the book ends.
Yeah, I gotta win this war before I build some more roads. Alright, and also, I don't want this alert. Just get rid of that one. Tired of a lot of alerts, guys. Internet is crappy as I-4 traffic. Oh, I love how you're a Central Floridian and you can tell a joke like that. I love that. Oh, those were like mercenaries that were fighting against me or something. And I got them back. Alright. Well, that was track 12. Or, sorry, that was track 11. I'm going to preview track 12 now, which is Heart of a Warrior. It is the final track on the album. Here we go. Track 12, Heart of a Warrior. Alright, I like that. I have no freaking
living through a full day becomes a battle.
I need to build some more, right?
The dark impregnable castle.
Where did purple go?
The effort to continue.
What do you mean purple?
As I stray
Purple? What are you talking about?
shining through. I wear every single scar.
Oh, purple twig. Purple twig. Sorry. Oh, I'm streaming at 22 now. It's recovering.
Adapt, overcome, show strength and evolve. I'm strong because I once been weak. I'm fearless because I won't.
But I don't know. I don't know where he went.
The heat scorched me, the pain forged me. Now I've got the heart of a warrior. I'm free.
I just need to be able to annex them. I mean, if I can take some money, that's great, but I just need to be able to annex them and rest from all this war. I've been at war for too long.
Sleep's no longer rest, just feels like an escape.
Coke Timur Empire. Very nice. Oh, that's a good administrator. I like that.
Dark and gray. My weakness starts to show itself. It's insane. I wear every single scar like armor. Turn that frown into a smile of valor. Chase darkness away with light.
Oh, I can actually spend some money now because I got my economy going.
Strength and evolve. I'm strong because I've once been weak. I'm fearless because I won't accept defeat. The heat scorched me, the pain forged me. Now
Come on, guys. Take this freaking thing.
I'm free.
legislative efficiency. Sure, I guess. I got 6 cardinals. Oh wow, dude. The Catholic Church doesn't have anybody. Oh, by the way, I'm streaming at 13 up now instead of 22. But it seems to be fine out in the green, and it's not dropping frames anymore. So I don't know why. Wait, it says the stream's current bitrate is higher than the recommended bitrate. We recommend you use a stream bitrate of 6,800 kilobits per second. What? I've never heard of that. But also, seriously, thank you to everyone who is watching. We got 31 people, the thing's telling me. So thank you for everybody that's watching. I hope you guys are having a good night. If you are enjoying this stream, if you think I've earned it, please leave a like and subscribe because it helps out a ton. And guys, midnight. This is the midnight release of my album. Except I'm going to end the stream in 2 hours, but at 11. But an hour after this stream, my album is going to be live. I am so excited for this, guys. I have spent 5 years and $3,000+ on it. And I'm so excited for it to finally be out. I'm just so excited for it. I worked so hard on it, and especially last year, I put so much effort into it. Because last year was when I started really, really working on it. I'm gonna start playing some of my other music. Last year was when I started really, really working on it. I mean, I started writing some of the music for it 5 years ago, but I didn't, like, really start to work hard on it until 2025. And, wow, was it a freaking journey. Crazy freaking journey. Not an easy one, that's for sure. One of my New Year's resolutions last year was to release the album last year, and I actually failed it, but I got close. I got very close. There was only one more song that needed to be mixed and mastered by the end of the year, and it was basically just because the audio engineer took a little vacation for the end of the year, which I don't mind, you know, because he does really good work and he just works like a fiend. Okay, do we want to be Lutheran? I kind of think we do want to be Lutheran. You have a data center near you? I don't think so. I don't think so. Oh, here we go. The Reformation, guys. This is exciting. I think I'm alright being Lutheran. I'd be alright being Orthodox, too. I just don't... I just really don't like the Catholic Church. I just really don't like Catholic. Oh, we have a possible rival? The Pope? Duh. Occupies one location, that's it. Dude, I'm rooting for James Fishback. I'm gonna be so honest with you. I am rooting for James Fishback to be the next governor of Florida. Oh my gosh, unfathomably based. I can't vote in the Republican primary though, because I'm not a Republican. He's running as a Republican. Oh, green screen. Okay, I won that siege, and now I can fully annex him and take all of his money. Tuscany annexes the revolter Sicily. Good. Oh my gosh, dude. Prestige? No, just get the excellent minister. No, no. I'm so annoyed with this, guys. I'm so annoyed. This song is called Meet Me There. And no, I am not giving Hungary food access to me. I don't like Hungary. They like me, but I don't like them. Because they're trying to take over part of Italy, and I don't care for that. I'm not alright with it. I just gotta move my freaking army over here, and we've gotta just take over this revolter. I mean, it definitely could be a lot worse, but... No! Catholic! How about Hellenic? Alright, what about Hellenic? Now, if we're forming Rome, let's form Rome. You know, let's go all the way on Rome. Near Rome. Yeah, well, like, yeah, you know, it's like, we're gonna go Rome, let's freaking go all the way, you know what I mean? I need, oh yeah, I definitely need to, just gonna shift click. I got 6 ducats left. I am mass expanding RGOs, look at this. We got 82 state constructions, 5 estate constructions. I'm alright with Lutheranism, honestly. I really didn't care. I've never cared much for the Catholicism thing in Europe. I just really don't care that much about it. I'm okay going ahistorical. And for heaven's sake, we're about to unite Italy in the 1500s, right? Oh, I like this one. I don't even know why I'm voting for it, because it's already gonna pass. His Tinder campaign is funny. I know, right? That was so funny. And then there was one speech he gave where he's just like, I'm now a single man because I got on Tinder to reach female voters where they are, and somebody wasn't okay with it. And Laura Loomer thought he was serious about it and like got in a big fit about it. He's like, he's blatantly lying to you. And he said he was married a while ago, and now he just said he's a single man. He's blatantly lying to you. Time to expose this man. And he just commented right under it, and he's like, it was a joke. I don't, like, my wife is wonderful. I don't know, like... It's so freaking funny, dude. I love how direct he is. I love how people will smear him by lying, and he will just comment right down below it and ratio them. Like, I love it. I freaking love it. I'm like, finally, somebody's gonna freaking fight back. Bring this green screen a little closer to me. I think it's good like that. And it's ridiculous. And it's like when he says, he says like, oh, this money in Florida, like, we shouldn't be sending foreign aid to Israel. Like, I know this look, the Israel issue, I want to stay away from it because it's like so radioactive. But I just have to say this. He's like, we shouldn't be sending Florida city money to Israel, and people say that that's anti-Semitic. Why is it anti-Semitic to just say I don't want foreign aid to Israel? That is not anti-Semitic. Did you not say anything bad about Jews? Like, who? I mean, there's nothing wrong with Jews. Well, theologically, there's something wrong with Jews. All right, but where did the wealth of the church come from? The Roman Empire. Dude, Rome was broke. Rome was broke at the end. They gave away all their gold paying off the barbarians. I gotta say, look, I love the Roman Empire. I absolutely love the Roman Empire, but the Western Roman Empire especially was like ridiculously weak and spineless at the end. And like what was it, 400 and what year was it? 467 or gosh, I can't remember when Did Romulus Augustulus get deposed by Oda Watcher? Uh, 476. 476 was when Romulus Augustulus got deposed. And by that point, the Roman Empire, the Western Roman Empire, was just so weak and cowardly and spineless. Are the estates more powerful and do they build more? So they're supposed to be richer. It's supposed to be the 1.1 thing, yeah. So what happens is, the way they change it is, like, if you don't have control in a location, then money, all that money that's being generated goes to your estates instead of to you. So they're supposed to be richer. So with that money, theoretically, they would build more stuff. I did hear some stuff that he has controlled opposition to DeSantis's pick. Oh, to Byron Donalds. I don't know. He's starting to pull higher and higher, and I like James Fishback. I really, really like him, and I really hope he wins, but I can't vote in the Republican primary because I'm not a Republican, so. Just can't. I just love him. I mean, like, sell it to bog developers. Yeah, Byron Donalds, if he gets elected, you're gonna see a lot more AI data centers in Florida. You're gonna see a lot of them, and I'm not okay with that. Not okay with it. I'm a NIMBY. I'm a NIMBY when it comes to AI data centers. What do you think? Are Republicans getting slaughtered in the midterms? AI data center? Yeah, bad news. Seriously. He has like 170,000 from APAC? Yeah, seriously. So if we follow historical trends, yes, Republicans are going to get destroyed in the midterms. If we're watching the news and paying attention to what's going on, yes, Republicans are going to get slaughtered in the midterms. Crazy how fast they spike the energy bills and carbon. Yeah, seriously. Yep. Yeah, I don't want more AI data centers, dude. If they're gonna build them, let them build them in space, okay? Because then they're cold because it's space, and you can build solar panels and they're closer to the sun or whatever, so they can have the power generation there, whatever. But not in my backyard, all right? I'm not all right with it. I'm not okay with it. I wonder if the new Fed chair is going to cut rates. I freaking hope so. I would really love to abolish the Federal Reserve, but if we're going to keep it, then better freaking cut rates. Because I think that's what Trump wants to juice the economy. Probably since he'll be a puppet. Like, okay, can we please, like, oh this is so annoying. I'm so tired of this, guys. I'm so tired of fighting revolters. Okay, and Tunis is on board. Wonderful. Sorry, but data center in space is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. It's almost impossible to cool them up there. The only way to cool them is by radiation. Atmosphere helps a lot with cooling. Fair enough, fair enough. I don't know anything about it. The only thing I know is I do not want AI data centers in Florida. That's all. That's the only thing I know. All right. I don't care if you're gonna build them somewhere else. All right. Yeah, this actually kind of sucks because, like, it's just Elon Musk, new way to bump his stock with fake promises. Perhaps. Dang, you're a Floridian. Yeah, I'm a Floridian. I sure am. And you know what? We actually have money. Ah, return to port when at war. See, I like that. That's where the option was. All right, let's build some more galleys, dude. 25 more galleys. We need some more transports for sure. Not to mention that price surge, demand for all... Oh gosh, the components, dude. RAM. Dude, I am so tired of all the problems that AI is causing. I'm so tired of it. I'm so freaking tired of it. Quality of life of templates and auto balance should have been in the release version. Yeah, I do agree with that. And also the what I just did, the rally point for levies, I love it. I love that one. But it's like, okay, so what AI can do is kind of fun to play around with. It's not worth it. It's crazy how we're focusing on the AI slop instead of the medical applications of AI, for example, that actually have merit. True. Like, okay, yeah, if we can limit AI to the sciences and get it out of the arts, we're good. Even if we kept it to just image generation or whatever, but you know they're not gonna do it. It's like people are making videos and they're gonna be making movies, and Quotidian Independent. No. Look, image generation is pretty cool, but it's like all the crap that they're doing just to focus on making movies and making video games. It's a bubble I would be happy to see burst. Kind of in agreement with you on that. I think chatbots with sufficient regulatory oversight can be useful. Sure. Oh, what the heck? Advisor to leave the leave the country. Yeah, dude, like it's ridiculous, and like I said, some of that AI stuff is pretty fun to play around with, but it's not worth it. It's just straight up cheating on homework with it. That's the problem. That's true. Very true. It can be good as a way to quiz yourself, for example. Feed it a textbook and then ask it to write tests for you. Practice questions. So you're thinking of ideally, but chatbots would need a lot more improvement for that. So I was playing around with something earlier today. I have my rulebook for the tabletop RPG I'm making called Venture. And I said, you know what would be really cool is if I could make a really simple video game, based on the rules of Venture. Just a super simple 2D, turn-based combat, all that stuff. And so I'm like saying, hey, like, implement all of the races from the rules book, the rules PDF that I sent you, and it was like getting random things wrong. What to use to generate the game. So I used ChatGPT. And now the rule book itself is a tabletop RPG, and I just wrote that. And it's like 170 pages that I've been working on since last July, like early July. But the actual code for the game, it's Python, but it's written by ChatGPT. Codex are the default chatbot. It's Canvas, because Codex, I don't know what it wants me to do with GitHub repositories. I don't know anything about coding at all. I know nothing about it. If it's default chatbot, it's bad at PDF and especially bad for long files. Sure. But it actually will if you tell it, hey, specifically, like, do what you have to do to like read this PDF file. Then it will like install stuff to itself so that it can specifically read the PDF file. But most of the time it just skims and it gets random stuff wrong. It's so annoying that you have to, like, you can't just tell it, hey, read on this page and just implement this. It can't do it. It just, it says, oh, I looked on that page and I didn't find anything about what you're talking about. So I'm just going to take a guess, and it gets stuff that's like 80% right. And there's no reason for it to be 80% right. So, problem is AI is known to present false information as facts, since it's basically just a series of yes and no queries for us. It's a professional bullcrapper. OpenAI, Codex, and Claude Code. There was a massive jump in capability in the last month or two. Actually crazy. I mean, that would be awesome. That would be so awesome if it worked as intended. But as of now, it's not working like that. Now, it does really help me code. Like, so because I'm making a tabletop RPG, I actually had it code me a stat block generator where you can type in information. Also, I forgot my army was here. What's going on? I actually had it... Excuse me? Are you kidding me? Like, why would it do nothing? So, but I had it code me like a stat block generator, because the way that you make enemies in that game is very different from how you make stat blocks in D&D. So I wanted something that worked specifically with the rules of Venture. And it was able to do that, and it took a lot of iteration, and large files, like, it doesn't really work, like you said. So what it did is I uploaded the file and I said, okay, analyze the code, tell me exactly where, like, what part of it I need to replace and with what, so that I can get it to do what I want it to do. And it did that. Very good. But it doesn't know how to read the rules. Like, I had to tell it so specifically what to do. All right, let me read through all these messages. Too fast. It went from junior developer with brain damage that never learns to actually capable. And it doesn't really remember any previous questions or conversations before the spoken point. AI is actually getting dumber across the board since they basically share the same false information. Yeah, it is kind of getting dumber over time. The issue was that it was bad at maintaining context and multi-step tasks, long-term planning, etc. But the recent specialized version got so much better, it's legit concerning. Just check the stock market right now. That's why tech companies are crashing so much. Fair. My question is, why is Bitcoin crashing? Because that's a little bit making me a little nervous. Because like 60% of my portfolio is Bitcoin, so. It's true to some extent with all the data self-referentiality, but you should really check Claude Code or Codex. I don't know how, I tried to make it with Codex, but it wanted me to do some kind of GitHub repositories. I don't know anything about coding. I don't know anything about GitHub or anything like that. So I was totally in the dark. 60% is crazy work. That's so high risk. 60%? What are you talking about? I used ChatGPT a lot back in my second year for personal projects. What are you talking about? Oh yes, please. Get rid of the toll castles and make me win in the parliament. It was a hit or miss for even small things. Yeah, true. I'm so annoyed that Tunis joined this war. And Morocco too! Oh, 60% of your financial portfolio. I know, dude, I know. Recently it's different. Yeah, I told that to my brother one time, and he's like, that's a lot of exposure to Bitcoin. And I'm like, well, you know, it's gonna go up. And it did. And now it's going back down. So now I've still made money on Bitcoin, because I think my average buy price was like 30-some thousand. I think it was like 30-some thousand. So I've still made money on Bitcoin, but it's like, that'll make me nervous here. Crashed like over 40% in the past week. It's still far from perfect, but even legends in the industry are starting to use it. Yeah, yep. I just think it's gonna crash, like, because all of the work that you have to put into it is it's different kind of work that you have to do in order to make it work. But like you still end up having to freaking put so much work into it to make it actually coherent. I dislike AI in terms of information gathering. I use it just to find common, well-known sources. AI can be used to check code, but not create it from scratch. Well, so like I said, that stat block creator that I was telling you about, it did make that from scratch. And simple applications like that, I use it for that because I can't code at all. So it's either I use AI for it or it just doesn't get done. However, could I have potentially paid some freelance developer to make an application like that? Sure. But it's so much faster to make a simple thing like that. So, faster and beyond the $20 subscription fee, it's free. So, the biggest issue is context window being too narrow. Even if on paper it said it's within the window, in practice it was hallucinating, but again, now it's different. 2 months ago, I entirely agree, but it's a bit different now. It's like, the thing is they're working to improve it, and it's definitely getting better. You can't deny it's getting better. But the question is it worth it? With all of the extra power costs and the water costs to keep it cool and everything like that. Clanker sympathizer. It's getting better, but is it worth it? I would argue no. I would argue no. I think if they can improve the medical uses of AI, not a linear improvement, but yeah. Oh yeah, and that's kind of the nature of AI, is it kind of jumps exponentially. But if you just keep it to the sciences, I think it's probably fine. Also, I love how two Sicilies immediately conquered the Knights. That's funny, dude. Still against all the AI slop content stuff. And I'm so glad YouTube has started to, like, remove AI slop stuff. I'm so glad. Because that stuff does not belong on YouTube. Like, come on. I mean, like, look. There's not a huge market for Let's Plays these days, but at least I'm actually working hard to produce these things. It's not, and it is not just like, it's not just playing a game. It's like making sure the scenes get all set up properly. There's a lot of editing that my wife does, and there's stuff like that. AI is the last dying whale of boomer money in the capital market. It's like rigor mortis. Most certainly a bubble. It's definitely a bubble. No doubt about that. No question about it. Balanced Navy? Yes. There's something there after it finally crashes. Sure. Yeah. I think AI has some legit applications. Some legit cool applications. But certainly it's a bubble right now. I do physical networking, so I'll be fine. Nice. Well, in my workplace, I don't think my workplace uses AI at all. Of course, it is retail, but I don't think my workplace actually uses AI at all. Maybe at the higher levels there's some, I don't know, but I run cables and set up the physical network like racks and switches. That is freaking awesome, dude. I actually sort of learned how to do a little bit of that when I was in college, but I never used it. I went to Korea right afterward. Some more anecdotal evidence. I knew this guy who always tried to abuse ChatGPT on homework and then come to me and cry that he can't debug AI slop to make it pass tests. Now he literally uses it for all of his homework, and it just passes tests first try, which is crazy. Yep, but... So here's what's going to happen, though. I have a saying that I've been saying ever since I was a little kid, and it holds true. And that is that everything makes a handicap. Those that know me... Who are you? I do not care about you. Everything makes a handicap. And even, there's an old saying about the invention of paper, kind of like made it so you don't really have to remember anything, and so it's kind of a handicap. And so people that rely so much on AI, I've noticed what happens with these people that rely on AI for everything. They cannot think for themselves. They cannot think for themselves. Professional BSer. My guy's 4.0. Oh my gosh, dude. And so what happens when the power goes out? These people cannot think. What happens when there's in some way away from this AI? What happens when the AI bubble bursts? These people cannot think for themselves. Late stage Zoomers. He's pretty smart, but yeah, probably getting brain damage from the AI. Absolutely. Absolutely. This has already been measured. That, like, part of your brain turns off. Also, that's cool, by the way. I like that button. This has been measured. Parts of your brain turn off. You've seen those studies as well. Yeah, there you go. So you know exactly what I'm talking about. Ridiculous. Alright, I want this to be up there. Excuse me. And I'm still building a bunch of transports. There are some similar studies for short form content. Yeah. I don't watch Reels or anything like that. Dubrovnik, I'm having a hard time with. Locations depopulating. I actually don't care at all about that alert. Apparently, it's not the short form content itself that causes it, but the act of scrolling as soon as you're bored, like switching between shorts. Yeah. Well, yeah. It's because you know that there's like infinite content, and so all you have to do is, like, as soon as you get the slightest bit bored, you just scroll up and there's something new, and then it's like, and you get bored so quickly because of the insane amount of content. So there's, like, very occasionally what I'll do is see, that sucks. See, that's what I want to avoid. Send these guys here just really quick, and then that way we can capture Corsica. Because, like, so very occasionally I'll see something on the YouTube homepage and it'll be a short, and I'm like, oh, let me just go ahead and watch that. And I'll watch it, and then I'll go right back to the YouTube homepage. Because I do not want to get caught in that loop. They had a control group and then 2 groups who used the short form for info, and apparently actually focusing on a topic, even if it's short form, doesn't cause brain damage, but the switching at a whim is what does cause it. That I did not know, but it does not surprise me. I think the song is called Retrograde. Yeah, it is. I gotta find a way to get my freaking troops. Like, I need to find a way to get my freaking troops to Tunis, because, like, Morocco I'm a little bit afraid of. But, like, Tunis doesn't really have an army, but I can't do anything about their freaking navy. It's annoying. I need more transports And I need more galleys too. Not gonna lie, ADHD doesn't help with avoiding short form. I'd use it occasionally, but at least I'm not an addict like some of my friends. Yeah, seriously. And I actually, I'm not going to, I'm not gonna say anything bad about my wife. But I will say that I did help her a lot with that, because she used to watch Instagram Shorts a lot. And I told her, if you can limit yourself via your phone timer, if you can limit yourself to 2 hours of Instagram or less per day, then I will buy you a brand new tablet when you come here, when you move here. And so now she's actually so used to limiting her time on Instagram that she doesn't even use the full 2 hours. So it's pretty cool. Instagram Shorts can be funny, but low-key are the devil. Yep. They're just so bad for you. So bad for your attention span. I sound archaic. 2 hours is crazy work. Isn't that too much? So, here's the thing. 2 hours is still a lot. Okay, it's still a long time. But, it's like, just the fact that she knew that the time was limited, it made her not want to stay on it for very long. So then she ended up not even using the whole 2 hours, and I think I don't know what she uses now, but I think she said something like she doesn't even use an hour per day. Pretty cool. When I stay for half an hour, I feel like it's too much. I feel you on that one. I limit, for me, I gotta admit, this is so boomer coded, but like, for me, it's Facebook. Like, I cannot stop scrolling my timeline on Facebook, so I set a timer. Originally, I set a timer on my phone for, an hour. And, like, what started happening is I was, like, using the entire hour sometimes. And I was, like, so embarrassed of that. I'm like, this is disgusting. Why am I spending a whole hour on Facebook? So I say, you know what? I'm going to change it to half an hour. So I changed it to an hour. Or, sorry, I changed it to 30 minutes. And, once I changed it to 30 minutes, I actually... Oh, this sucks, dude. I can't, like, start this one. That's dumb. Okay. Once I changed it to 30 minutes, I ended up, like, barely even using Facebook at all. And so it's better now. It's definitely better. Not gonna lie, my worst addiction is sci-fi books. He's old. I know, I am old. I'm freaking 30. I'm gonna be 31 on the 25th. Can you believe I almost just said I'm gonna be 35 on the 25th? How am I aging 5 years? I read too much of that for hours sometimes. I've actually been doing really well with my reading this year. My goal last year was 15 books. Thank you. Happy birthday. Thank you. My goal last year was 15 books, and I got to 14, I think, and it was, like, really hard for me to do it. To be fair, I spent half the year on overnight. But, my dad is 50 and even he doesn't use Facebook. Isn't it just inferior Instagram? Sort of. Like, I don't know. It's crazy because, like, I hate Facebook, but I'm addicted to it when I go on it. But anyway, like... Can't remember what I was even saying. Your original, but it's just worse. Sure. I mean, I agree with you. I hate Facebook, and I just can't get off of it once I get on it. Instagram is not really the... I don't know if I would call it the spin-off, because, like, it wasn't originally owned by Facebook. Facebook just bought it. Yeah, they bought out the company. With pictures. Yeah. Instagram used to not even have reels or anything. It was only pictures, or only posts on your timeline, and it was a chronological feed. It was only people you followed, people that followed you. And then they started adding people that you don't follow to try and convince you to follow them. It was so annoying. American monopolies are a problem. Instagram diverges a lot from the original photography idea. Oh yeah, like modern day Instagram is like nothing like the original. Fortunately, American monopolies are global. sort of. I think the solution is not to break up the monopolies. Of course, you're not talking about the solution. But as a libertarian, I think the solution is just to deregulate the industry so that it would be much easier for other companies to get involved. It's the crapification of all social media. Oh my gosh, and I just hate it so much. So I will tell you guys though, I think some of you might like this. Millions are safe. You're gonna disagree with me on this, because like this is my libertarian coming out, okay? There is a social media thing that you guys might like. It is called Space Hay. And it's supposed to try to capture the original, it's supposed to try and capture the original. Look at that. Okay, no, maybe I want to capture that. It's supposed to, oh gosh, what am I freaking saying? It's supposed to capture the original feeling of MySpace when that first came out, and I was like barely on the internet at the start of MySpace, but like people say social media was a lot better then. So how would you prevent buyouts and big players pressuring newcomers? So the thing about it is you don't prevent buyouts, but what you do is if the industry is deregulated and you have small companies that have the ability to form better products, better services, because social media is a service, it's not a product. It's a service where you are the product. You know, Facebook came to Instagram with an Insta clone they whipped up in a couple of weeks. They said if they don't agree to the sale, they destroy them. Surely that should not be allowed. So here's the thing. When a monopoly goes to a smaller company and they say, I want to buy you out, the smaller company, wait a second, this is a freaking, I can't just annex these guys? Oh, that sucks. Oh, actually, it's not so bad. Not that bad. Can I get I can gain a location here. I can gain this city right here. That's so freaking funny, dude. I want to do it. And I'm going to. Okay, so let's say a monopoly comes to a big company. Actually, I don't want any money. A monopoly comes to a big company and they say, I want to buy you out. The problem with free market competition is that eventually someone wins and corners the market. That then ensures they stay ahead by crushing any newcomers before they can scale. So, happened a billion times in history. It did not happen a billion times in history. So, the issue is when you have something like a limited resource, like if one company owns all of the iron mines, for example. That's when you kind of have some issues. Dude, I am so all over the freaking place. Let me try to finish my thought. Big company, all right? Big, huge company trying to be a monopoly. They approach a small company and say, I want to buy you out because I want to be a total monopoly. And that way people have no choice but to come to me. And the small company says no. All right? Small company says no. I don't want you to buy me out. I want to own my own company. Actually, you know what? I'm going to take... There I am losing my train of thought again. let's say they say no. I want to make my own product, make my own service, and you're not going to buy me out. Big company says, okay, no problem. We have a ton of money saved up. I'm going to steel man this argument. We have a ton of money saved up. We're going to drastically lower prices, and we are going to take a loss to drive you out of business. What happens then? Small company, they go out of business, effectively making that big company a monopoly. However, the consumers have just received a product so cheap. You just said it. Yes, exactly. That's what they do. Okay, company says no, then big company makes a copy, charges less money because they have money in reserves they have to burn. Wait until the small company goes bankrupt, then raise the prices back up. Correct. In the end, the consumer gets the better price from that all the time because big company runs it at a loss, small company comes up, and small company comes up again and is like, hey, I want to offer this for a cheap price, and the monopoly says, hey, I want to buy you. Small company says no. They say, fine, run at a loss. Small company goes out of business. Rinse and repeat. All right? The consumer is constantly getting a low price. And if they don't get a low price from the monopoly, which monopolies become corrupt over time, businesses grow complacent, and businesses do not survive like that. Like, when companies do that, if the monopoly says, okay, well, we're not going to undercut you, we're just going to keep offering to buy you, whatever, they just say, oh, we just don't need to worry about that small company, whatever it is. Now you've got competition. If you got competition, the consumer receives the best product at the best price. Take a look at the most powerful companies in the United States 100 years ago. How many of them are still around? And even the ones that are still around, how many of them are as powerful as they were 100 years ago? I'm going to say, I'm going to look up most powerful companies in the U.S. in 1926. All right, we're going to look it up. I don't think it always works. French-style revolution for billionaires. Not to mention natural monopolies like power companies. And so this is the kind of... that's the tough question when it comes to limited resources, like when you have iron mines, for example. If you're growing strawberries, a market like that, first of all, strawberries are what's considered perfect competition in economics. So, that's not something you can easily get a monopoly on. A lot of these markets are what they call monopolistic competition. Social media is a great example of monopolistic competition, and it is where many different companies offer very similar products, but they do differ in their own ways. Another example of monopolistic competition is like tabletop RPGs. We've got D&D, we've got Pathfinder, we've got Daggerheart, we've got Venture. So, have you seen the food industry? The level of consolidation is unprecedented. Surely that's a bad sign. I mean, the thing about it is, so the food industry, I haven't seen a whole lot about that, so I can't comment a lot about that. Oh, this is rock and Rome. But I did get Sicily back at least. Can I just... Alright. Most powerful companies in the U.S. in 1926. Let me see. Well, that's a tough thing to, like, measure. Let me search on Google. Let's see, richest companies in the U.S. 1926. And we are coming... And this was the Roaring 20s, so let's see... Let's see, alright, 1917 and 1929. Let's see what we got. Let's see if I got any more comments. Even with the suicidal levels of venture capital investment into startups, it's too hard to push uphill in a market that's already cornered. And part of that is due to regulation. There are so many business regulations, and this is my conspiracy theory. I actually think that our GDP, as a matter of productivity, as GDP measures, I think our GDP would be far higher if not for all the business regulation. Probably like at least twice what it is now. But it would be much more volatile. You would have to deal with the boom and bust of the natural free market. And I think what the people in power do is they like these business regulations so that it's incredibly hard to start up a new business. Do you know how much money it costs to start up a new business? It's freaking expensive as frick. And you have to like hire lawyers to like start up a hot dog cart or something. Like, it's ridiculous. And so I think what they want is for it to be very slow but very steady growth, so you don't have like this big collapse of like mass unemployment like you had in the Great Depression. Boom and bust cycles lead to massive transfer of wealth upwards. They definitely can, but not always. Which is why we're reaching roaring 20s levels of inequality today. I gotta disagree with you on that. And look, not everybody's a libertarian. I'm very much a libertarian. I do lean a little bit populist. All right, so I'm not 100% ANCAP. I sympathize with ANCAPs, but I'm not one. But let's just read the top 10 companies in 1927. Sorry, this is what is this? This is 1929. Sorry. All right, we got Standard Oil, General Motors. General Motors, they had to be bailed out by the government, which I think was a terrible idea. We should have just let them fail. But General Motors, Ford Motors, U.S. Steel. U.S. Steel is like a shadow over their former selves. Great Atlantic and Pacific Tea, Swift and Company, Armour and Company, Standard Oil of Indiana, Sears is gone. General Electric is basically gone. Western Electric, Chrysler, Bethlehem Steel, International Harvester, Borden is a milk company, and they still exist. They make really good. Anaconda Copper Mining, FW Woolworth, National Dairy Products, Montgomery Ward, Gulf Oil. I could go on and on. Companies that no longer exist. All right. Top 1% owned 40% in the 1920s. Perhaps. Let's see, richest companies in the U.S. 2025. All right, let's read how many of these are the same. All right. All right, we got Walmart, Amazon, United Health, Apple, CVS, Berkshire Hathaway, Alphabet, ExxonMobil, McKesson, and Sora? I don't know what that is. That's by revenue. Literally none of those are the same. Take a look at Google. There was a time when Google looked unfreaking stoppable. Google looked unstoppable. It was like everybody's like, oh, just Google it. Who uses Bing? Nobody uses Bing. Nobody's ever going to take down Google. Google is not so unstoppable. Those bailouts, why do they happen? Because giant monopolies accumulate enough wealth to lobby bribe governments because of lack of regulation. So I'm just gonna tell you that's wrong. How is oil being more important in 1920 proof of a healthy market? One of those companies was, or no, two of them were branches of Standard Oil, but I didn't say anything about oil. It's a sign of tech giant rise and such. Yeah, and now Google has lost ground. Who owns parts of the companies, though? I don't know what that's in response to. But here's the thing about it. What are they getting for the bribes? Right? They're getting bailouts. They're getting free money. That's not something I'm okay with. I'm saying if they lose all that money, they should be allowed to go bankrupt and go out of business. When GM, General Motors, when they went out of business, or when they lost all that money, the government stepped in and bailed them out. I'm like, no, they need to be able to go out of business. So I'm not saying that the system we have now is good. What I'm saying is we disagree on the solution. How would you enforce that? How would you enforce that regulation? It's a lack of regulation. If the government does not have the power to bail out companies, if the government does not have the power to subsidize companies, and to put regulations that raise the barrier to entry to certain industries, if the government doesn't have those powers, or if it's extremely limited in those powers, then there's no reason to lobby and bribe them if they don't even have that power. So instead, the focus gets, instead of being on government power, the focus goes toward making a better product or service. That's the issue with no regulation. I didn't say no regulation, but too much regulation. At least the level of consolidation of wealth lets companies be more powerful than the government. Ford was the only car company at that time to refuse a bailout. Yes, they were. Yes. So, yeah, that's, I didn't say no regulation. I'm not an ANCAP. I sympathize with ANCAPs, but I'm not an ANCAP. And yeah, that's my idea is, as a libertarian, we need a small government to protect us from a very large and tyrannical government, which would come about from anarchy. Because if you have anarcho-capitalism, then yes, you have companies that effectively act like governments. And so that's why you need a small government that can protect you from companies acting like governments. That's basically what it is. The government is so weak it's not bribing, then it's so weak it can't enforce anything or will be lobbied to be able to not do anything. Eventually you have a complete free market. That's not true. Basically, I think the government should enforce contracts between private individuals, and it should enforce laws such as, like, don't murder, right? No fraud, no theft, things like that. Which is when monopolies just become straight up legal. Not worth bribing. There's basically techno-corporate feudalism. Sorta, yeah. It's really like super corporatism. How can a weak government protect anything? If it's weaker, it will let companies take over. How is that not contradictions? So I'm glad you asked, but I want to make sure you're actually asking me a question instead of just being rhetorical and just like saying that as a question because you're saying I'm wrong. So, but I agree with Aslan Josan also. It's like corporatocracy. It's terrible. But part of the reasons these corporations are so powerful is that they can lobby the government for power, because the government can then raise the barrier to entry and say, oh yeah, you can't start up a competitor to us because you have to follow this, and this regulation. Well, that's not okay. Like, as a free individual, you should have the right to start up a business and compete with a big corporation, right? And sometimes these things happen. Sometimes you still get a small business that's able to very easily compete with a corporation, and oftentimes they get bought out, and that's what happens. That needs to happen more often, where people are able to start up small businesses to compete with large corporations. And that can't happen if it's overly regulated, because when it comes to regulations, big corporations can afford. They also lobby the government for tax breaks and subsidies. And what if the government can't give them tax breaks and subsidies? Then they're not going to be able to do that. Then they're not going to be able to gain that extra power. How can the government be more resistant to bribes if it's weaker? Because if it doesn't have enough power, then there's no reason to bribe the government. So, and the thing about it is, with these corporations, they have money for lawyers that can navigate all the maze of regulations. Small businesses cannot do that. Compare the corporate tax rate in the 60s to what it is now. That's not really a fair argument because the marginal rate was huge, but also it was like on income above like $5 million a year. So whereas the top tax bracket now is like $400,000. So it's different. You're getting lagged by the corporate overlords. We're getting abused by the big corporations, and the solution is to allow the common people to rise up with their own business ideas and to compete with them, but instead they're pushed down because the government is pushing them down. And the more powerful the government is, the more ability it has to force these small businesses down. And that's just the reality of the situation. I mean, if you have to hire a lawyer just to start up a little hot dog cart, how are you going to compete with McDonald's? Right? McDonald's can get around all the regulations because they got all the money for lawyers and they can navigate all the tax loopholes and everything like that. And those tax loopholes were made specifically for those corporations. You know it. You know it. Those tax loopholes were made specifically so that these corporations would have to pay less money in taxes and the common people would have to pay more because they can afford to get through the loopholes, but we cannot. So what happens if the government doesn't have the power? But what do you want it to do? Surely you want it to tax. Taxation I've accepted as a necessary evil. I'm not an anarchist. Control over taxation is kind of fundamental. How else is it going to raise money? And if it controls taxes, then it can still be bribed to push the corporate tax down, so companies are going to keep doing it. Now, sure, it can be bribed to make tax loopholes for the big corporations. What about the small corporations that some guy started an LLC, right? Limited liability corporation. Some guy that employs like less than 50 people started an LLC, and guess what? He doesn't have all the money to get around all the regulations and the tax loopholes because those were made for those big regulations that are controlling the government through lobbying. And lobbying is essentially bribery. It's technically not bribery, but it's like pretty similar. It's close enough, right? So this is just something that until all of the government burden is carried by the poor. So I'm in favor of a flat tax, although I'm not in favor of an income tax. I'm actually in favor of basically just sales tax because it's like the more you consume, then the more you're paying in taxes. And rich people consume more, and so they pay more in taxes. And I know people say it's a regressive tax because you're paying less percentage of your income, whatever, but you're still paying more in money. So, Hungary. If they can push the government to make them pay zero taxes, they will. Well, what do you think they're doing right now? Because the government has the power to make all these tax loopholes. That's what they're doing right now. So instead, what if we had a flat tax and just said, hey, only consumption tax, no income tax? Then who pays for the roads? Who pays for hospitals? Who's paid for streetlights? My opinion is consumers should pay for those, not through taxes. This is where we're going to diverge because it says they're going to say I can call Hungary in. No, I don't want to call Hungary in. So being a libertarian, I say you should be able to buy your own road. That's another thing. This is going to be a huge discussion, so I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about that. How does one tax and only... You're talking about James Fishback. I love it. By the way, I'm in favor of what he suggested. 50% tax on OnlyFans income. In fact, that's exactly what happened. A lot of public infrastructure was financed by corporate tax, but now it's by the lower income people. Private ownership of streetlights. You can actually do this. You can go to the electric company and you can say, hey, I want to pay you guys to put up a streetlight, and you can pay them to put up a streetlight right in front of your house, and you pay the electric bill every month. But you can do this already. This already exists. But yeah, I think that people that are using the streetlights should pay for streetlights. People that are using the roads should pay for roads. Now, maybe not toll roads. It doesn't have to be toll roads. Some of them perhaps could be toll roads, and the tolls pay for the maintenance of the road. And then the only people that pay for the road are the people that use the road. And if you don't want to use the road, you don't have to pay for it. But also, what about billboards? What if the guy that owns the road is like, hey, I want to put up a billboard, and the money that I'm making from the advertisement is going to pay for the maintenance of the road? That could be a thing. Not that I really like that idea, but it's possible. And I know these are radical ideas. It's been a long time since I've been able to talk about these libertarian ideas because like in the world we live in today, libertarianism is just so far from the public eye. It's all just, it's like right-wing populism and like hard left socialism, communism, and also hard left just like authoritarian totalitarianism. And there's some authoritarian right as well, don't get me wrong. James Fishback hates toll roads, by the way. I saw him give a speech one in a national. No, it's he said he wants the tourists to pay for the tolls, which like I'm okay with. I'm like, hey, you know what? If you're a Florida resident, you don't have to pay for the tolls. I'm like, all right, I'm all right with it. Roads and streetlights are classical natural monopolies. It leads to massive inefficiencies if you have it privately owned. Let me give you an example of something that is privately owned that you wouldn't think should be. And it's the subway system in Japan. Okay, in Tokyo specifically. I've been to Tokyo. I've experienced it. Compare it to the subway system in Seoul, in Korea. All right? So, there's a comparison between the two. The subway system in Tokyo, there might be some who disagree with me on this. I don't know who's been to Japan, alright? But there are lots of studies. Well, yeah, I mean, like, anybody can go to imright.com and we can both find studies that prove each other right. But just consider the following. In Tokyo, the train system, different lines are owned by different companies. Right, different subway lines are owned by different companies. It's really tempting to get that much money, but let me get the research progress. In Seoul, it's owned by ATX, I think, which is essentially a state-owned company. Like, I think they're like pretty heavily regulated. It's pretty much a government-controlled company, and they're all owned by the same company. In Seoul, hey, I resent that. I'm fairly nationalistic isolationist. So, in Seoul, the subway lines are very much cheaper. Except there are a couple of lines that are differently owned, and you have to pay an extra cost to transfer and everything. So, in Seoul, the subway is much cheaper. And guess what? Transferring is pretty freaking easy because it's all owned by the same company, which, by the way, is a government-sanctioned monopoly. Let's be really honest about that. It's a government-sanctioned monopoly. In Tokyo, it's more expensive. Transferring to other lines, there's always a fee because every company has to get their share, right? But also, better system. All of those stations, and I hate to say this because I love Korea so much. It's my second home. But I gotta say, those subway stations are so freaking clean. The subway cars are clean. They're so fast and efficient and everything like that. Don't get me wrong. Both systems, pretty good. But you have a system where every line is totally privatized. And then you have another one, it's basically a state-sanctioned monopoly. And it's very different. So, monetizing each streetlight privately is so inefficient. It sounds inefficient, sure, but so is competition in a marketplace. When you have competition in a marketplace, that's pretty inefficient. If that's a decentralized market, a complete monopoly would be far more efficient, right? Because there's one price, they charge whatever they want, and everybody's got to buy it, and it's all unified, it's all centralized. I mean, Japanese companies are vertically integrated. It's a different story from something like the UK. I don't know what the situation in the UK is. But cultural differences between Western and Eastern are different. East Asians are very socially cohesive. That is very true. That is totally true. Yeah. East Asian society is very socially cohesive. They're very collectivist. And so even without the government regulation, although I think they do have some, but even without the government regulation, they're gonna like stay together. But like Japan's economy rose so quickly because they had a pretty laissez-faire market for a while. I don't think it is quite as laissez-faire now as it was, and they had the whole negative interest rates, which I don't think they still do. But for a long time, they had negative interest rates. A lot of people don't know this. The interest rate for a savings account was negative 0.1%, which means literally hiding your cash under your mattress would be more efficient than putting in a savings account. Rail in Japan cannot be compared to streetlights. I was not comparing rail in Japan to streetlights. I was comparing rail in Japan to rail in Korea. So let's be really honest, though. Rail is excludable. Rail is point-to-point with clear ownership boundaries, and there is a massive real estate cross-subsidy with all the stuff they own. Sure. So I was comparing apples to apples, right? But if you want to compare oranges to oranges, let's say all of the businesses that are along a certain road, let's say they all want to pitch in and own part of this road that they're all on, right? And so they buy it and they own the road, and they say, you know what, we all own part of this road, we're going to put a couple of streetlights up and we're all going to share the cost. And they're bringing in money through the actual businesses, and they're spending it on these streetlights, which also attract more businesses because they're lit up. Like, streetlights are important for business. That's just a possible solution. I think my point is, I personally do not have all the solutions. And no one person has all of the solutions. And to have... And then they got bent, and the Japanese went back crap evil. Accumulated in them getting spit roasted by the Soviets and Uncle Sam. I'm talking about leading up to the 1990s, not the 1940s. What's an even better way to share the cost? Government ownership of streetlights? But see, then people that don't have any stake in the streetlights are just being forced to pay for them. So it makes sense for taxes to pay for things like police and fire protection, because some people, like, just because you don't need police today, that doesn't mean that you're not going to need police, tomorrow, right? Just because your house is not on fire right now doesn't mean it's going to be on fire tomorrow. So it makes sense for taxes to pay for that. However, for a street light, for a street you never visit, that actually makes a lot of sense for the people that have businesses on that road to pay for those street lights. Because then, if you go to that road and you go to that business with that street light, the money you pay to that business is partially paying for that street light. It's paying for those people in the business to have jobs. It's paying for that business to be able to replenish its inventory. It's paying for that business to potentially own a share of that road and maintain the road and maintain the street light. I mean, that's just the way that's just the way businesses work. You can't measure who has stake in the street light. That just doesn't work. Anyone who lives nearby should pay because they can feasibly pass there. I mean, so when you say that just doesn't work, what you're telling me is that just doesn't seem like it would work. Because show me a situation where that's been tried and has not worked. How is that different from police cars? Cities already finance their public infrastructure. That's already true. That's what I'm saying. Like, it makes sense for taxes to pay for police. This is why I'm not an anarchist. Because anarchists think that, ANCAPs believe that police should be privatized and it should only be private security companies and you pay a monthly fee or whatever it is. So you're not paying for New York streetlights when you live in Florida. That's totally correct, right? My city sales tax and also the property tax, which we're trying to get rid of property tax, but the city sales tax is paying for the streetlights in the city. Totally get it. Totally get it. Even though I think it should be privatized, I get it. However, do I think it would be a better solution to privatize it? I do. Do I think it would be a better solution to privatize roads? I do. Now, do I know exactly 100% what that would look like? No. I've had some ideas which I've proposed. 19th century Britain literally had private streetlights and it failed entirely. Because again, free rider problem. Sure, then maybe that area doesn't need to have streetlights, right? If people are not willing to pay for it, it's the shopping cart problem, okay? You have to live in a society where people are willing to do the right thing when there's no punishment for doing wrong and no reward for doing right. And over time, as a lot of that social responsibility gets delegated to the government, society degrades, the culture degrades. And because everybody's just like, oh, the government will do it. The government will take care of it. And then you have a society where nobody wants to pay for their own thing because they're just like, oh, the government will take care of it. So, all right, do I want to go to war with Serbia? I don't think I do, but anyway, I'm enjoying this discussion. I really am. We're probably gonna have to agree to disagree. I do enjoy discussing this with you. Because I do think you're making your arguments in good faith. I just think it's wrong. That's it. Private ownership is purely profit driven. I don't think there's anything wrong with profit. Society literally gets eroded by the profit motive. That's the whole problem. I don't think there's anything wrong with profit. If you care about society, you lose in the free market. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. I think that in some cases, I'm not in favor of free market. Right? I'm not in favor of pornography. Okay, I'm totally on board with James Fishback's proposal to have a 50% tax on OnlyFans income. I am totally on board with that. I have causes I care about. What can I say? And I don't think there's anything wrong with profit, because you can have, and what you have historically in the United States especially, is you have high levels of charitability and altruism with people that make a lot of profit. And like, if you look at the charitable giving rates in the United States compared to other countries, it's like night and day. It's like the United States gives more to charity. Pornography is profitable, so in a free market, it will naturally be allowed. But you got to be careful not to like be saying that I'm an anarchist, because I've said several times that I'm not an anarchist. I am not an anarcho-capitalist. I'm not an anarcho-communist either. I am not an anarchist. I am a libertarian, but I am not in favor of no government. I am not in favor of no taxes. I'm not in favor of zero regulation. So it is disingenuous to compare me to an anarchist when I've explicitly said I'm not that. In some cases, profitable from certain things is wrong. Here's another place I'm not an anarchist. Private prisons. I am not in favor of private prisons. There should not be a profit motive behind putting someone in a cage. There should not be a profit motive behind it. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how profitable it is, there should not be a profit motive behind putting somebody in prison. So I'm not in favor of private prisons like we have in the United States. It's weird because when people get into disagreements with me about this stuff, the National Socialists, not that. When people get into disagreements with me about this stuff, what typically happens is they seem to think that I'm either a fervent American apologist that will defend the United States in its current state no matter what, or they will think that I'm an anarcho-capitalist who favors zero government. And not that either. I'm not saying you're an anarchist, but what you said earlier about how society should be good enough to pay for streetlights, and if they don't pay, they don't deserve streetlights, it contradicts. I don't think that does contradict. I think that, yeah, society should have a system where you pay for streetlights if you want them. And if society is not willing to pay for streetlights, you do not live in a society that deserves streetlights. Period. End of sentence. If we are having to force people to pay for basic things like light at night on the streets, if you have to force people, and the second you stop forcing them to pay for that, then if that goes away, you do not live in a society worthy of streetlights. If you live in a society that if you're not forced to pay for roads, then roads decay and no one wants to pay for roads, then you are worthy of dirt roads. I said it. You are worthy of nothing but dirt roads if no one is willing to pay for it. Okay, but that's literally how it works in real life, but government owns the streetlights. Sure, government owns the streetlights. And they're not run on a profit motive, and they're only on because people are forced to pay for them. Also, my connection is dropping frames again. I'm trying to replenish my manpower. I'm not trying to go to war with Serbia. So I have started to think maybe some people should get the shovel tree. Oh my gosh, dude. Like, if a society is not willing to do something voluntarily, then it's just not worthy of it. Like, then you just don't deserve... If you're not willing to pay for roads, you're not worthy of roads. You don't deserve roads. Sorry, you don't deserve roads. You deserve dirt paths, because those are free and you don't have to maintain those. As a culture, if your society is degraded that far, sorry, but you're a fallen empire, and you don't deserve to continue on in the state you're in. You live in an inferior culture. That's just the reality. The issue is that no one wants to spend any money. They don't have to, because they only have so much money to go around, and private ownership is what supercharges that. Now, private ownership works, though, if you're taking less money away from people in taxes. How much extra money would you have if you weren't paying, for example, if you weren't paying income tax? If you didn't make income tax, how much more would you be able to afford? Maybe some prices would go up, sure. If you had more money in the economy, some prices would go up, sure. But you'd be able to afford it, because they're not taking the money out of your check in taxes, and you'd be able to pay for the things you care about, rather than them just taking a third of your paycheck, or, however much they take. And it depends on your income level. With my level, they take probably like 15%, something like that. Definitely going on a government crap list. Trust me, I've been on that list for over a decade. Streetlights are unprofitable in and of themselves, but they create value that accumulates together with roads to be a net positive for the economy, hence why everyone pays for the roads and the lights through taxes. But my point is, if no one can understand that it is actually good for your society to pay for streetlights, if no one can understand that, and so because of that they are unwilling to pay for streetlights, your society doesn't deserve them. You live in an inferior culture that deserves darkness. That's what you deserve. And oh well, fallen culture, it happens. When you have to have government, through the threat of violence, force you to pay for something that is good. Streetlights are good. I mean, those are a good thing. So are roads. If you have to have the government, through threat of violence, force people to pay for things, otherwise you don't have it, your society doesn't deserve it. How much money would you have if the owner of the Capitol didn't steal, take half of your money for themselves from your paycheck, on average twice as much? There's no way to prove how much somebody like wants to pay you and how much they decide not to pay you. Like, there's no way to prove that. Who are the fallen empires though? Google and Amazon, America and the EU. America, the EU, the Roman Empire, they got freaking decadent and they didn't even want to pay their own troops. They didn't want to go to war for themselves, so they relied on mercenaries. It's literally just like taxes in that regard. Not quite. You sound like an economics major. I did, inferior cultures peak. I did heavily study economics when I was in college, although I've gone through a lot of independent study as well. It's just a topic that I'm very passionate about. So I've been sort of in the economic schools of thought for over a decade. That's not to say that it gives me any more, authority on the subject, but this, at least I've got some reasons why I believe what I believe. Because I'm sure I'm wrong about some things, okay? I'll admit, hey, I'm sure I'm wrong about some things, but I've got my ideas and I've got my reasons why I have those ideas. Why I think what I think is right is right. What do you mean value generates from work versus how much is actually paid? There are stats on that. So there's no way to measure what your employer would be paying you if they decided not to pay you some amount. Hold on one second, guys. I'll be right back. So it's like there's no part of your check that's like, here's what your employer would pay you, except they're really greedy, so you get this amount instead. There's no number on your check like that. And also, start up your own business. Or go find another job. Find a way. Find a way to get the bag, you know what I mean? Payment is generally seen as VA. I'm not sure what that means. I don't think it means Veteran Affairs. Okay, but if no one can understand that causing global warming by continuously burning fossil fuel causes climate destruction, they don't deserve to have a biosphere. Sure, yeah. If you don't deserve, I'm just gonna freaking say it. If you do not have a society that's willing to protect the environment, you don't deserve to have an environment. If you have a species that's going to take that far advantage of the environment and cause everyone to die, well, I guess you deserve an extinct species. Seen as value from a corporate perspective to a cost analysis. I don't get the not deserve argument. Okay, so what if I want to buy a new microphone? Okay, I want a new microphone. All right. I talk and get second place. These rankings are BS. Hey, I think there's a score that I can look at. Aslan Josan, you are tied with Purple Twig. You both have 225 experience. Sure, no number, but there are good estimates of value generated by labor in a company versus salaries. Okay, then get another job or start your own business. Oh wait. That's really hard to do because of all the government regulation. Whoops, I forgot. So, let's say I want a new microphone, all right? And you're like, oh, wow, how are you going to get that microphone? I just want one. Okay, are you going to buy a new microphone? Well, I don't want to pay for it. Well, then you don't deserve a new microphone. If you're not willing to pay for it, you don't deserve it. I'm just gonna hope somebody gives me a microphone, or I'm gonna point at I'm not gonna do this. This is a theoretical. YouTube, this is theoretical. If you say that you're gonna like point a gun at somebody and force them to give you a microphone, you don't deserve that microphone. There's no voluntary exchange there, all right? The problem is that fossil fuel execs are insulated from the fallout of global warming versus poor people in the global south, so they can afford to destroy the environment. The poor cannot. How is that fair? If they're destroying the earth, then they absolutely do stand to lose, because if everyone dies, they have no customers or money. Okay, with blood, not yours, but definitely someone's. Yeah, well, yeah, that's basically what it is. Like, if you're not willing to voluntarily exchange your resources for something, why do you deserve it? Why should you have it? If I want, and it's not about necessarily the capacity to pay for it. It's about the willingness to pay for it, right? If no one is willing to pay for a microphone, right? Your society doesn't deserve microphones. Sorry. It's not society that vaguely doesn't deserve the biosphere. It's the oil execs that don't deserve the power to decide to plunge the world into hell when they themselves avoid consequences. If everyone dies, they are suffering consequences. If there's no biosphere and everyone dies, so do they. Speak softly and carry a big stick. I like that. I do like that. I mean, like, it's not always about the capacity to pay for it. It's about the willingness to pay for it. Let's say I want to eat lunch, all right? I want to eat lunch. Somebody's like, well, what are you going to do about that? I'm just going to, like, ask somebody for food. And they're like, okay, well, I'm not going to give you any food because I don't want to give you food. Why aren't you willing to pay for it? Like, you have the money. Why don't you pay for the food? And I'm just like, well, I shouldn't have to pay for it. You should just be forced to give me food. That person does not deserve food. You have to, it's not about the capacity. You can have a poor person who's perfectly willing to pay for food, but does not have the capacity to it. That doesn't mean they don't deserve food. It's about the willingness. It's about that's culture. Right? Capacity, prosperity is not the same thing as culture. No, they don't stand to lose because it's often short-term thinking. They don't destroy the earth entirely, but heavy pollution and climate swings. If you're rich, you're insulated. You are not insulated when your profit goes down because people are dying. You are not insulated from that. And they don't deserve that money if they're willing to destroy the environment from it. Not to mention they will be dead by the time it will matter, so they can live lavishly until they die while the rest of the earth will get effed a few decades later. And a society that's not willing to put a stop to that is a society that doesn't deserve to continue on. The rich don't care about us. Generally, they have sociopathic tendencies. That's true. A lot of them do. It's how they're successful in the first place. Yeah, there's a way to get to that spot, and a lot of them do have sociopathic tendencies. That's true. And that's why you shouldn't centralize power with them. You should allow the market to decentralize and put more power in the hands of smaller business owners. Why do you think all the rich execs are obsessed with Mars colonies and bunkers? Because they literally trying to avoid the consequences of their own actions. Now, I think they think it's going to be profitable. I think that they think it's going to make them money. Profit motive. I don't understand what your point is. I'm not saying that these rich people are great people. Like, I think a lot of rich people are actually terrible people. Some of them are not so bad. They don't deserve indeed, but they have it and they're not losing it. Do you know why wealth only lasts 3 generations? Family wealth only lasts 3 generations. Because the first generation of people, this is the person that, in general, not always, in general, they worked very hard. My view on that is probably diametrically opposite of yours. Sure, possibly. I think we agree on a lot of what the problems are, but we don't agree on the solution. And that's fine. I think the first step is recognizing what the problem is, right? Now we can talk about the solution and we can debate and we can decide what we think the best solution is. I think I'm right, but you think you're right. And that's just kind of the nature of the debate. But, for what it's worth, I am enjoying having this conversation. This has been really nice and entertaining. And I guess other people are enjoying it too, because we got 39 concurrent viewers watching right now. Thank you to everyone who's watching, by the way. I hope you guys are having a good night, and if you guys are enjoying this conversation, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe, because there's more coming up. I stream once a week. I still have to record my freaking game review for next Monday. I forgot to do that. The issue is bad incentives. Even if rich person is a saint, bad incentives enforce that he either becomes the devil or loses in the competition. And this is why the government should not be able to give special favors to rich people. What do you mean there are lots of wealthy families with ties to colonial times, or even feudal times? So sometimes some generational wealth does get preserved, like the Rothschilds. Let's talk about them for a little bit. But, in general, wealth lasts 3 generations. And the reason why is that first generation of people, it's usually like one guy, right? And in general, not every time, in general, that guy worked really freaking hard and made it work and made a ton of money, all right? The second generation, he saw that previous generation and he maybe like is able to maintain it a little bit, but he doesn't have that kind of work ethic. He doesn't have that kind of business mind, what have you. All right, even though he has the wealth, he can't maintain it. Or no, he can maintain it, but he can't grow it. And then you have the third generation, which doesn't know anything about this stuff and just knows, oh, I'm rich. And they don't know how to maintain it, and it's generally the third generation that squanders it all and ends up with nothing, and the fourth generation has to start all over. Now, this is not a hard and fast rule. Do not pretend like I'm saying that, alright, because I'm not saying that. But this happens quite often. Generally, wealth lasts 3 generations. Maybe it lasts 4 or 5. You're saying Publix is on the 4th or 5th? Yeah, sometimes it's going to do that. And you know what? Publix has a pretty successful business. They're a little bit too bougie for me, but they do have a successful business. And you know what? As long as they provide a valuable service, which is providing high-quality groceries at a good enough price for people, I think they're too expensive, but, you know, that's just me. I'm not their target audience. Then that wealth will continue. But in general, it does happen the other way. In general, it does only last 3 generations. Can you repeat your argument on how the government can possibly be small enough to not be worth bribing, but at the same time still enforce some social contracts? I don't get how that's possible. Okay, so it's that the government doesn't have certain powers. The government should not have powers. You make it sound like you're poor. Well, I'm not rich, I'll tell you that. So the government should not have power to give special favors to certain companies. The government should not have power to pick winners and losers in the free market. It should not have that power, because when it has the ability to bail out companies, companies can be very reckless with their money, because they know if they lose it, go to the government, and the government will bail them out. And that is terrible. That is absolutely awful. If a big company plays fast and loose with their money, they should suffer the consequences and go bankrupt. They should be allowed to go bankrupt. And does that mean everybody working for them loses their jobs? Yeah, that's the reality of a free market. Sometimes you're going to lose your freaking job, and you got to get a job at another company when it goes bankrupt. That happens. But when the government doesn't have the power to grant special favors to certain corporations, then those big corporations are only powerful because they're standing on their ability to provide a superior product at the same price, or a superior product, or the same quality product at a lower price, or a better product at the same price. Okay? When they have the power, when government has the power to pick winners and losers in the marketplace, you have people with special connections, special interests, you have special favors being handed out to buddies of the leader, and you have high barriers of entry for industries where these big corporations have the power, which means they're not standing on their ability to form or to produce good products, provide good services, or provide the same quality product for a lower price. They're standing on government regulation, which is propping them up. Okay, but how is that possible? If it taxes, then it has money. I'm not advocating for no taxes. Do not act like I'm advocating for no taxes. That's not genuine, all right? If it taxes, then it has money. If it has money, then it can choose to spend it on something. If they can spend it, they can be lobbied to bail out a company. And this is why we must, or a corner market, this is why we must change government to limit those powers that it has. All right? This is not a change that can just happen right away. You can't just take away all of their tax money and then suddenly they'll be able to do everything you want. What you have to do is, yeah, definitely tax the people less. You gotta tax the common people less. Tax everybody less. I mean, let's just like get government kind of like out of a lot of people's lives. But also, you need to limit its power and eliminate its power to pick winners and losers in the market. That's the power that it currently has. It has this regulation that sounds like it's for everybody. It has this tax loophole. It sounds like any business could take advantage of it, but actually there's a network of tax loopholes that the big corporations with all the money, they can afford these lawyers that are gonna get around all those tax loopholes, and then the big corporations with tons of money, then they're having to pay less money. They get richer and richer and richer, and their competition has to pay more. And the competition that can't pay for those expensive lawyers that can get around all those taxes. That's the problem. If we close those loopholes, and let's lower taxes as well. We want doing business in our country to be profitable, all right? We want companies to be able to make a profit. We just don't want them to be able to make a profit by cheating people, and they cheat people through the government. How do you limit literally? So that's a complicated question. I'll do my best to answer it. How do you limit the government to pick winners and losers in a marketplace? So, one of the things you're going to have to do is take a hard look at business regulations. Take a look at regulations with which these big corporations can very easily comply with, and smaller companies have a really hard time complying with because it's expensive. If it has money, it can bail out. How can you remove its power long term? You gotta have a law. You have to have a law that says the government can't just send money to a company. Done. That one's simple. If you want to prevent a government from bailing out a company, you have to make a law that says the government can't bail out a company. Problem solved. Problem solved. That problem is solved. That's not the entirety of the problem, but that problem is solved. And we should not be bailing out these large corporations. We should allow them to fail. They must be allowed to fail, go bankrupt. Keep bringing up taxes, not because I claim you want anarchy, but because if the government has a monetary policy, then companies will lobby it for benefits and subsidies and bailouts. Not if the government is legally prohibited from offering those subsidies and bailouts. I don't understand what the issue is with this. I don't understand what the issue is. The government cannot regulate, the federal government cannot pass a law that prohibits your right to free speech, for example. That's not enough. How do you know that's not enough? All right? Now, to be fair, federal government's supposed to not be able to regulate firearms, and it does anyway, okay? That's a different problem. It's because the culture has changed and we're not following the Constitution. But with the First Amendment, in general, it's pretty respected, all right? There's some infringements here and there. In general, the First Amendment is respected. The federal government can't make a law that prohibits your free speech. They're trying, I know. So, if you didn't have the First Amendment, and you had the federal government making laws that limited your free speech, well, how do you prevent government from limiting your free speech? How do you do that? How do you do that? You write a law. You make a constitution where they can't do that. You tell them, hey, you're not allowed to do that. That's how you do it. I mean, this is how governments are started. Laws can be repealed with the right amount of lobbying. Sure, yeah, and you make these laws very difficult to repeal. I mean, changing the Constitution is possible. We repealed the 18th Amendment, I think it was. What was the Prohibition Amendment? I can't remember what it was. I think it was 18, and that was the law, or that was the amendment that made alcohol illegal, right? And we repealed that. Specifically the AIPAC Israeli lobby groups. I know about that. But repealing an amendment to the Constitution is very difficult. And if you're able to have a group of people that's able to repeal the First Amendment or the Second Amendment or something, you have some serious problems. You have some serious problems. I'm talking about irreparable problems. And so that's basically the issue. I need some more. I'll go one. Plus 50% manpower is good though. I like that. I'm gonna get that extra manpower because I need that. Spiritual retreats, capital economy, a new marketplace, and also I have so much money I can upgrade these buildings. What do you mean companies constantly restrict free speech, but the amendment doesn't say companies can't restrict free speech? They threaten to pull funding if non-ad-friendly rhetoric is present on the platform. That's not what the First Amendment says. If you make government very weak, it makes it easier to lobby. It makes it useless to lobby, is my point. If the government can't do anything to give you an edge in the marketplace, there's no reason to waste your time and money trying to make it give you an edge in the marketplace. You don't need to repeal anything on paper, but you can restrict and overwrite it in practice. That is true. I totally agree with you on that. And that is what we are seeing with our First and Second Amendments. That is what we are seeing with a lot of these things in the United States is you're not repealing it on paper, you're just not enforcing something, which is de facto repealing it. Harmful content regulations are literally limitations on free speech. You might perhaps need to reread the First Amendment, because the first words of the First Amendment are Congress shall make no law. And to my knowledge, Congress has not made a law. The First Amendment does not say everyone has freedom of speech and you're not allowed to limit freedom of speech. That is not the First Amendment. You may have to reread it, my friend. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press, or of the right of the people to peaceably to assemble, or to petition the government for a redress of grievances. That is the First Amendment. Companies can restrict free speech. Do I think they should? No. but they have the ability to. They have the right to. I don't think they should have the right to, but they do. And then also, let's even go... Okay, I'm not going to go that far. I'm not going to go that far, but... partially because the issue is very radioactive, Chosen. But, let's talk about state laws, all right? Because state governments have the power to limit free speech. Now, I think in many state constitutions it does prohibit them from putting limitations on free speech. When the United States first started, there were blasphemy laws. There were requirements in most of the 13 colonies that if you wanted to serve in the government, not only did you have to be Christian, you had to be Protestant. In Maryland, you had to be Catholic. All right. The state governments are not restricted by the First Amendment of the Constitution. So let's make sure we get that right, all right? State governments are also allowed to put restrictions on the Second Amendment, which I don't like. I mean, the showdown at the OK Corral, that was because they made it illegal to have guns. That was partially one of the causes of it. They made it illegal to have guns in the city limits, all right, at the OK Corral. How do you do that? Oh, that's because that's not what the Second Amendment is, all right? Now, to be fair, the Second Amendment does not specifically say Congress shall make no law. The Second Amendment says the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. However, being that the Constitution is a document to set up the federal government, it does not place restrictions on state governments. So, and then also, it basically, also there is a, what is it, the 9th or 10th Amendment that said basically if the Constitution doesn't explicitly give the power to the federal government to do it, then the power goes to the states. So, what is this? Let's say you make a law to not allow to bail out, and your government is super small, and one day a company wants to bail out, but oh no, it's a law, but it can pay people to do speeches why it's so important to bail out this specific company and sway public opinion. Sure, that's a problem, and that's something you gotta fight against. But that happens with a big government too when it's not a law. So, except they don't have to spend money on speeches convincing people that it's right. They go and just lobby and it just gets done magically. So I don't know what your point is. They should have kept the Christian parts in the states and national constitution. I'd be all right with that. Freedom of religion meant the various Christian denominations. Yeah, back when the Constitution was written, yeah, they were basically just talking about Christians. They really were. I mean, that was their original intent. Sure, we've interpreted it to include all the other religions too, but they were talking about Christians specifically. Okay, about the freedom of speech, who cares about the legalese? If you mean freedom of speech in spirit, then it's definitely infringed. If you're talking about purely Congress, sure, even the states can. Yeah, true. I don't know what your point is. My thing was, if you want to prevent the government from doing it, then pass a law that where they can't do it anymore. The federal government is not allowed to abridge free speech. Law success. W. There are a lot of state constitutions that also have similar amendments like that. Let me see Florida Constitution. I think the Florida Constitution has something about that too. So as in, the law is basically working as intended. That I can agree with. It's not technically infringed. Yeah, it's not. Like, your chat is definitely going to be flagged if I don't stop talking. Yeah, it probably will. Oh man, that's funny. Alright, Declaration of... Alright, so the Florida Constitution in Section 4 says, every person may speak, write, and publish sentiments on all subjects, but shall be responsible for the abuse of that right. No law shall be passed to restrain or abridge the liberty of speech or of the press. In all criminal prosecutions and civil actions for defamation, the truth may be given in evidence. If the matter charged as defamatory is true and was published with good motives, the party shall be acquitted or exonerated. So basically, it's not defamation if what you're saying is actually true. No bailout would literally be regulation. It'd be a regulation on the government. What I meant by my bailout example is that small government makes the whole process of repealing regulation easier. How? That's not correct. Since the beginning of this country, it's been very difficult. It's been very difficult to amend the Constitution. So difficult that it's only been done. Now we have the Bill of Rights, which was the first 10, and then it's only been done, what, 17 times in 250 years? That's crazy. And one of them was just to repeal one of the previous ones, right? And then you had it like after the Civil War, we had 3, right? 13, 14, 15. It's very difficult to amend the Constitution. And those are regulations on the federal government. A corporation cannot lobby the federal government to restrict free speech because it's not possible because of the Constitution for a reason. Yeah, it was specifically made very difficult to alter. It's very difficult to take away those limitations on the government. And in fact, the Prohibition Amendment, I keep forgetting which one it is. I think it's the 18th, but I might be wrong on that. In fact, the Prohibition one was actually an empowering of the federal government, but then we repealed that. So one amendment was to not annex Cuba, I believe. I don't know what you're talking about, but that's kind of funny. But yeah, so it's like if some laws are extremely difficult to repeal, who's gonna repeal the First Amendment? Google can try to lobby the federal government to restrict free speech. It can't do it. It can't do it. Sure, it can try, I guess. But the federal government can't do this. Congress can try to pass a law. Sure. But what's going to happen then is it's going to get sent straight to the Supreme Court. And if the Supreme Court upholds it, then you've got worse problems to worry about. You have a society that has decayed so thoroughly that you cannot even uphold your founding rights of free speech and freedom of religion as it pertains to federal government. If you can't even hold that up, I don't know what to freaking tell you, man. You're cooked. 21st Amendment was prohibition. I thought that was the one that repealed prohibition. Which amendment was prohibition? And then it was like a couple of amendments later. No, it was 18. The 18th Amendment to the Constitution says, after 1 year from the ratification of this article, the manufacture, sale, or transportation of intoxicating liquors within, the importation thereof into, or the exportation thereof from the United States and all territories subject to the jurisdiction thereof for beverage purposes is hereby prohibited. That was amendment number 18. Number 21 says the 18th article of amendment to the Constitution of the United States is hereby repealed. Of course, there are other sections to that amendment. That's basically what. And it's basically like, oh, Congress has the power to enforce this with appropriate legislation, which is in a lot of amendments. Check on the Reformation. Pretty good. All right, so, guys, oh my gosh, dude, we have 68 concurrents. I wouldn't even keep an eye on that. What the frickin' fricker? I guess people like seeing this discussion. I might have to talk about politics more often. That amendment was ironically pushed by women. What, the prohibition? If it was profitable to repeal an amendment, it would be lobbied for. It would be profitable to repeal the First Amendment, though. It would be. Because, dude, can you imagine if the government was on board with making things ad-friendly, and they're like, oh yeah, it's totally fine to, like, restrict free speech so that everything is ad-friendly, it is profitable. A theoretical no bailout amendment would be profitable to lobby against. Sure, it would be profitable to lobby against, and that would be a very, very difficult thing to do. But I think it would be worth trying to get done. A couple of years after they got the right to vote. Oh, oh, the repeal of the prohibition. Gotcha. That's funny. That's really funny. I don't agree with prohibition. I don't like alcohol. Here's the thing. I don't think anybody should drink alcohol. Personally, I never partake in alcohol. I don't like nicotine. I don't like caffeine. I don't like sleep deprivation for exactly the same reasons as I don't like the other ones. But I don't think alcohol should be illegal. But again, what I meant is that smaller government means less agencies, less lawmakers, etc., so less people to bribe. But if you have a powerful founding document that everyone agrees on, then you can't get anything done. Besides, like, in order to get the that amendment, it's got to be like, I don't drink or smoke either. Good choice. Fast way to spawn American Civil War II, Electric Boogaloo. The fallout of repealing First Amendment is not worth it. True, because everybody agrees on the First Amendment. That's why they don't. Like, yeah, it would be profitable if we could regulate free speech, and I don't think we should. But it would be profitable. And everybody kind of just agrees that that's a terrible thing and we don't want to repeal it. And amending the Constitution is extremely difficult to do. You have to have, what, like a 2/3 majority in both houses, and then you also have the consent of the president or something like that. And the alternative method is like a convention of states where you need like 2/3 of the states or something like that to get together. Very difficult to do. Because the social spaces where the ad-friendly environment is needed, it's already controlled by corporations and ad-friendly is enforced. Sure, and I think that's bad too. And I also think we need laws enforcing free speech. However, the First Amendment is working as intended. I mean, so I don't know what to tell you about that one. HR departments are basically trying to do it already. Yeah, dude, HR. We just need to pass a law saying HR is illegal. Okay. I'm sick of HR stuff. And the funny thing is, I don't even have problem with HR departments. It's people around me that have problems with it. I'm like, dude, frickin' fricker. Anyway, we're at war with Serbia. I actually don't really care about this war with Serbia. I'm gonna get out of it. But I think the conversion to 1.1 has been largely successful. I'm not trying to do the Trump accordion thing, but I think it's been largely successful. I'm making plenty of money. I have been so just enraptured by this conversation. I gotta hand it to you, Purple Twig. I have a lot of respect for you, all right? I think you are very, very intelligent when it comes to EU5. I think you're making your arguments in good faith. And I do think you're being genuine, and I really do think that you want to see a better world, even though I disagree with you on the finer details of that. So I have a lot of respect for you. I've been really enjoying this conversation. So I got to tell you that. Companies agree on nothing except profit, so if it was profitable and worth the outcry, they would lobby against. The point is that they have ways to control speech to be ad-friendly where they make money. True. And that's something we should rail against. Totally agree. First Amendment is backed by the Second? It sure is. Like YouTube, for example, you right now. Yeah, I disagree that it would be more profitable, to be honest. The First Amendment protects one of the biggest drivers of innovation with the marketplace of ideas being protected and enshrined. That's an excellent argument, Zugor. I think it would be profitable in the short term for the federal government to be able to enforce ad-friendliness. In the long term, you're absolutely right. The free marketplace of ideas drives innovation like no other. We turn the map painter game, turn it to political commentary. Be advocating for fun. Oh yeah, I don't know about that, Aslan Chosa. And also, you're number one now. You overtook Purple Twig. But I have to end the stream right now, guys. I've had an amazing time in this stream. I just want to calculate how much watch time we got from this. I'm not really focused on watch time anymore because we have enough to get monetized, but I want to calculate it just to see how much. We got, what, 28.75 divided by 60. 110! Pretty good. I'm pretty happy about that. But, again, the name of the game is subs. So, guys, I want to thank you guys so much for watching. Also, I just lost one subscriber. I'm down to 108. All right. I want to thank everyone so much for watching. I want to thank Purple Twig. Even though I disagree with you on a lot of things, I really respect you, and I've really enjoyed this discussion, and I would love to talk about it more. I would love to have more discussions. Yeah, this has been really fun. I hope everyone else has had a good time listening to this. And if you have, please feel free to like and subscribe if you think I deserve it, if you think I have earned it. Private capital is very short term. They often care until their exec term is over. That's a problem. Sure, it's a problem. Sure, it's a problem. Wish I was here for the conversation. Me too, Zugor. We'll see. Next week, I'll stream again. I'm gonna go get pizza. I don't think I can convince you. I don't think you can. But I seriously appreciate you being here anyway. Good night, guys. See you later, Purple Twig. Thank you so much to everyone for joining. Guys, in less than an hour, check on Spotify for The Lion and the Rat. I think there's a link to my Spotify in the description below. If not, you can find it under Alexander Thomas. It's going to be out on Spotify, Apple Music, and iTunes. The Lion and the Rat, full album, 12 tracks, 5 years in the making, $3,000+ in the making. Go check it out at midnight. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you next week. And you need to relax.